Check me out now. Return of the smooth operator. Shotty on repeat. I say sleep later. This another favor. Consider me your neighbor. Lost a lot of fam in pursuit of the paper. She gon' catch the vapors when we slide by. The way I speak my mind, it's like I peak my prime, but I ain't close. I cruise through the night air. Fantasy a dream. Real world is a nightmare. Like Claire battling the brainless. Learn to live shameless. Talk about me alive, but claim that I'm nameless. You aimless. So I'ma style on them. They washed up. It's a rap. Throw the towel on them. Gaining miles on them. Otakus for the win. Tacos, it depend on the mood that I'm in. Like Finn when it's time for adventure. This some new blue. Get ready to enter my mind for a few. Come and take a ride with the crew. I'ma show you how to recoup days lost when you vibe with the blue. Come vibe with the blue. Yeah. About time to regroup. Fly, got my eyes on the view. Never hear lies, only truth. Realize why they vibe with the blue. 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 Vibe with the vibe with the sky. Wait, you know the rest. I'm blessed. I see you frontin' like you ain't impressed, but I still get requests. I'm playing Zelda on the GameCube. I quit spamming my music. Don't ever try forcing the links. That's a high rule. The wind waker, Mother Nature on my side too, controlling the elements. Go and check my avatar. I'm arrows ahead. Get the point moving forward. The battle scars accumulated over time are reminders of what I went through as a mind. The trees broke down for this loose leaf. If life's a game of death, I'm Bruce Lee. Ooh wee, lose sleep on the regular, trying to get this word out. Then I crashed Nebula. Wish I had a very odd parent, maybe two, but it's cool. Everybody pays dues. Now it's time to make moves. Granny didn't raise me to lose. Think I'm in the mood for a cruise. Wanna ride? Come and vibe with the blue. Come 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 vibe with the. Check this out, y'all. I'm back spazzing like the elderly. Worth of my cousin Beverly. Never swear away from the truth. Just ask Heather. Be weather, be tripping. Starting to control like our destiny. Always give you the best of me until the death of me. My weaponry is a paintbrush. Hush, don't tell my secret. They get a hold of it. If you leak it, get it. It's cool. Got you covered though, look. But let me get back to that cool-ish, loose-ish. Why they still lying? They don't do this bad at board games. Whole world clueless, selling their soul for Roof Chris. Who's this honored fella? Need a slice, extra mozzarella. Crew gotta born like they don't trust fun. Why you dodge to tell her? You don't know, but my odds are better. Life's a gamble, depending on who holding the cards. You can start living at large or it's bon voyage. Charge it to the game. Me and you ain't the same. I'm thinking bigger pictures. Why you still shrinking the frame? Ever blink in the rain? It helps when your eyes dry. Mob with the bright minds. Think you funny, wise guy? Midnight marauder with a new tribe. Tired of the fake. Come and vibe with the blue sky. Come vibe with the blue sky. Why do you try? We get them high. Take them high. What I do? Come vibe with the blue. Yeah. Vibe with the blue. Pass what up? Vibe with the.
Motherfucker, are you out of your damn mind?
I have seen everything that has ever happened, ever will happen, ever could happen, and yet, what the hell is this?
Are you ready?
And I might take up a couple of heads a night. Somebody give me a guillotine. I just might ride on my enemies. Thought can I fuck on my energy? Nowadays they just talk, but they talk about nothing. Nowadays everybody wanna say something. Goddamn, I'm the man and it feel like it. Give a damn about a hater when I feel like it. Not today, not today, not today, not tomorrow. Get out my way, please, I'm trying to get paid.
What is up, Earth's mightiest subscribers? It is your boy Ernie, the Blerd Without Fear. Got the homie Robo of Left Face TV. Welcome to a very interesting episode 49 of the Nerd.
Is this a happy one?
This is it depends on how you want to look at it. It could, yeah. Honestly, could be all based on your perspective of the situation.
It'll end happy.
Yes, we're gonna end the episode happier than what we start. I can maybe promise that. I don't know. So episode 49. Yeah, we're getting close to that that landmark episode, 50 episodes, which is just crazy to say out loud in a sentence.
50, and then 2 weeks later,
52.
1 year.
1 year. Dude, that's just an insane. That is just an insane thing to be able to say out loud. But no, man, we've got a lot. We've got a lot. I think I think this is gonna be a fun one. I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Because you know what we're gonna be talking about, ladies, gentlemen, and MBs alike. We are gonna be talking about the title didn't tell you alone. The title didn't say it alone. God damn it. Gearless Moda's 20 gifted memberships most certainly will.
That's what's up.
It's like if the title didn't say it, what he just did definitely did. If you don't got it after that, I can't help you. I can't help you after that. I can't help you. But, we're going to be talking about the most problematic comics ever after we hand some flowers over. We got to hand some flowers over to Gearless Mode out here with the 20 Blerd Club memberships. Just man, just chef's kiss. Also, I can confirm the PlayStation that was given away to one of Earth's mightiest subscribers, one of our stalwart members of Earth's mightiest subscribers. I am Gregor D. The PlayStation 5 has landed. I have confirmation. I have seen it. I have seen pictures of Spider-Man. Because he opted for the Spider-Man 2 PlayStation 5 bundle. So there you go.
That's wild.
It actually
I'm glad it's a name we know, right?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing I always appreciate. That's what I always appreciate is that, to my understanding, the times that we have given stuff away, whether it was
Beta.
you know what we're gonna do. I'm gonna find the Jesse Lee Peterson clip and
I got it.
You got
it.
Okay,
I sent it your way. Yeah.
Then what we're gonna do, we're gonna add it to the drops. We're gonna add it to the list of drops. We got to.
There you go.
That's how we keep it alive. That's how we keep it alive.
That's it.
But no, every time we have given something away, whether it was video game codes, PlayStation again, I have been very appreciative of the fact that the people, and every time, it's always people who, when I see their name come up, it's like, I know who that is. Like, these are people who are active in the community, people who, I know when I see their name come up, I'm like, you know what? This isn't somebody that just showed up just to get something to get the fuck out of Dodge. Like, nah, it's like it's somebody I know appreciates what we do. They want to be a part of this community, and they it's something I like to see. I love to see shit like that. I love to see shit like that.
Yeah.
But that
See some
said,
stranger when you're like, no, I'm gonna click this again real quick.
yeah.
Oh, damn, there's an error. Shit.
Man, I don't know what that was, dude. You know what, man? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my god, I didn't, man.
But
you know
I saw my name pop up. Nah, it was
nah,
errors.
nah. See what it did?
We had to,
I'm gonna tell you what
redo it.
It didn't really pick you. What happened was it stopped on your name to give you a false sense of security, and then like it was gonna keep going. It's like, yeah, man, that's
Little
crazy.
trickster. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm sorry to do that to you.
Yes, but no, yeah, no, I thought that, I thought I was very proud. I was actually very proud. And man, you know, so I'm gonna be honest with y'all. We're gonna say some things before we go deep into our topic proper. Real quick though, before we do, I do want to address, we have a super chat here. Super chat from Xylism. Says, Catherine and Pride, bring your narrow ass to the front of the classroom. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. We gonna get her. Oh, we gonna get her.
She's in the hallway waiting right now.
Look, you know how like when you were in school and you got called to the principal's office and like you had to sit on that little bench, bench that's like it's right there, and basically the principal's assistant had to like she got to pretend like she don't know you about to catch it.
Clicking away like, and you know damn well that principal's in there totally ready for you, but like, nah, I'm gonna let him marinate.
And then like they come out, like when they come out of their office, they just look at you and go, and you're just like, oh shit, it's about to go down. Damn. Damn.
He swung first.
Right? Dude, oh man, the stories I could tell. But no.
So how you feeling?
Oh man,
how are you feeling? In chat, go ahead and drop your emotions.
Yes, please.
Drop your emotions in the chat. I saw you guys talking a little bit in the Blerd Koa Discord. How you feeling, Blerd?
Oh man. Oh. So I'm gonna tell you what happened to me. So yeah, it's no secret that I am very aware. It's very telling when my YouTube algorithm is literally just like it's like, okay, there's four technically.
Hey, can you check Streamlabs? Ajax and him said they said something on Streamlabs.
Oh yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I will forget. And
that is actually, I'm glad you said something, because you know what? I forgot to pull Streamlabs up. So you know what? This is how we fix it.
There you go.
This is how we fix it.
That's what I love about live streams.
Man, dude, just shit happens.
You get to see the hot dog getting made.
Yeah, dude, you really do. Like, no bullshit. You really do. You really do. Here it is. Recent events. There it is. You know what's funny? I could have just looked up and saw it, but for whatever reason, I did not. You know, hey, it's look, charge it to my head, not my heart. But yeah, we've got here. Oh, let me move this out of the way just for a moment. But we got you, of course. Bone Factory with the $2 says Trump can eat a greasy dick and end himself. Hey, you know what? Honestly, I'm not against this, because look, you know what? I can say it right now. I can actually take this moment to say it right now. When I was actually watching other people's live streams of the like of the polls. Like, everybody was kind of watching the polls. I was watching Majority Report, watching the Vanguard, watching Brian Tyler Cohen, and various other people, and a lot of other people were watching. doing watch alongs, Reese Waters, so on and so forth. I actually saw some of y'all in Reese Waters chat, and it actually made me proud. I don't know if y'all realized I was in there, but I know I saw G Martinez Mac in there, so I know I was for damn sure proud of that. But yeah, the whole time, like
how you started, like you were gonna say, I'm not gonna say the names out loud.
No,
but halfway through your sentence, you're like, nah, fuck that. I'm saying his name.
No, fuck. Look, I'm gonna say it because you know what?
It's woke.
We woke here. We can say it here. It's okay. We can say this shit here. God damn it.
That's right.
But no, I was actually very pleased, but with that part of it. But yeah, I was watching everybody's. I had like several tabs up, just watching everybody's takes, and everybody was kind of like, it's funny because I'm very empathetic. So seeing everybody else be very down and depressed and just in a very bad mood, it made my mood even worse because I was already down and depressed. So I just threw myself into Dragon Age Veilguard super hard. Like I'm talking. Shut out the rest of the world, put my phone on silent, and just zoned in. But basically, I'm with everybody else. I looked at the way I looked at the election. In the words of the late Norm Macdonald,
reviewers are calling it everything from shit to fucking shit.
That's basically what it was. Shit to fucking shit. That's what it was. That's basically what that was. And we also got Stomp 10 with the 6 says, looking forward to the stream. I'm really looking forward to, because we need it. By the way, are y'all hyped for Brave New World? You know what, dude? Okay, so just in case, because you never know sometimes, some people may not know what we're talking about, but what Stomp 10 is talking about is Captain America Brave New World. Let me tell you something. Mm-hmm. We need that movie now more than ever. We need that movie now more than any other movie that has existed in the history of ever. We need that shit. Like, we need it like a motherfucker. But yeah. Yeah, that shit. Ooh, man, that hurt. It hurt.
Yeah.
Deathbird was right to call. Hey, look. And the reason why I think this hits different because I was watching somebody else. Might have been David Dole on the Rational National, or it might have been Kyle Kalinske on Secular Talk. But I remember hearing someone say that not only did we choose fascism, and when I say we, I'm talking about just America as a whole, but apparently other countries across the world are doing the exact same thing. Mm-hmm. Like willfully choosing fascism.
Italy.
Yeah.
Italy chose a literal descendant of Mussolini.
Yeah.
I saw a really good TikTok about a dude from Poland. He talked about the shit that went down. They have literal no gay zones in Poland. Literally, you know how we say like don't say gay bill.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But it's like not all the good don't get. It was just like we read it and said this is pretty much what you're saying.
Yeah. That's
okay. Do you know how like there's a no smoking sign that has that like smoke and then it has the circle with the line through it, right?
Yeah.
In Poland,
oh god,
there are signs on windows where it has the rainbow flag and a circle, and it's if you're gay, you're not allowed to go in there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bruh, stop.
Yeah.
Bruh. Okay, look, I have to show you all this because, like, okay, you think that, like, people are bullshitting when they say, oh, man, the gays are taking over. They're taking over everything.
Right.
And it's like,
right,
bro, let me tell you something. No. Only in your mind.
Or we talk about, like, this is like super privileged kind of way of thinking about like homophobia, where it's like, oh, homophobia is gonna get worse again. Like, and what they mean in their mind is the F slur is gonna start being said more. They're gonna say gay in a derogatory way, like we used to in the '90s. And like, no,
Like back
We're talking about like murder. We're talking about making it illegal to be gay. Like this shit's.
Look, dude, look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this shit right here, man. Look at this shit.
Yeah, whole ass sign. You see that on the door? You're not allowed to. I mean, it's not like there's a gay detector, but
no.
Like you wouldn't be like if you're going there with your husband and you guys are holding hands and shit. Like you'll get kicked out if you don't. You're trespassing. Like, bro, straight up no gay zones.
Dude, that I'm sorry. That's fucking insane. That is fucking insane to me. Like, imagine. And the thing is, I always want to tell people, because.
No.
Not
Wait a minute. Maybe we've misunderstood all along.
Maybe they
this is the Marvel X-Men solidarity sticker.
Right?
Oh.
Maybe that's what it is. You know what? All sins forgiven. No, one of Earth's mightiest subscribers, Black Gay Comic Geek, had a video that came out, I think, this week. Kind of talking about things like along these lines, oddly enough. But yeah, just basically how LGBTQI plus people are being legislated across the entire, not just here, but across the entire globe. It's very reminiscent of those things. But I often tell people, and yeah, I'm going to paraphrase, I believe it was James Baldwin, talking about, like, if I'm starving, then, you should be worried because that means you're in danger. Like, just because one group of people is in danger doesn't mean you're not in danger. Like, because
right.
it's kind of like, and you know what, all roads lead back to X-Men. But remember when we were deep in the fall of X, what was it I kept telling y'all? I kept telling y'all that Orcus wasn't necessarily an anti-mutant organization. Yes, they hated mutants, but they also hated everybody. It was an anti-human organization, and what they did with what they were, basically what all the writers at the X office were trying to get across to you is that when you have a fascist regime, they usually don't go after everybody all at once. They go after one very specific group of people first. Mm-hmm. It just so happens Orcus chose mutants first, because as you go through and you read some of the wider universe stuff in the Krakoa era, like case in point, the Invincible Iron Man series, it was where that was revealed that, it's not just mutants on the hit list by these Sentinels. There are members of the Avengers and the Fantastic Four who are not even mutants on this list. Everybody was on the list. It's just that they wanted to get mutants out of the way first so that they could focus on regular metahumans next. And then once they got everybody else out of the way, they could focus on the people who were least likely to be able to defend themselves. And that's just regular normie humans. That's basically that's basically what you see here. When you see one group of people, like, I don't care if it's Muslims, I don't care if it's LGBTQI plus, black people, brown people, our Latino and Latina, brothers and sisters, whether it's South Asian people, at some point or another, if you see a group being attacked, you best fucking believe you are next. There's a very famous poem about this very, very fucking thing. I like, and I tell people this all the time. It's
some people call it played out, and it just never stops being true, though.
Right here, and that's the thing. I like to keep this shit on deck. I like to keep this fucking picture on deck at all times. First, they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. This shit rolls downhill every fucking time, and the more it rolls downhill, the bigger the fucking snowball of shit you can expect to get. Mm-hmm. So, like, and I've seen Robo, I've seen you talk about this. over on Threads, and I'm gonna echo. I'm gonna buttress your point. Now is not the time to point fingers at marginalized communities. Right now is the time for solidarity, because I promise you, the reactions I have seen where people are like, oh, I'm gonna blame black men for not showing up. I'm gonna blame brown people for not showing up. I'm gonna blame Muslims and Arabs and Palestinians for not showing up. That is exactly what they want us to do, because we're focused on that. We're not focused on them. So
yeah, no,
all
100%.
I say, I'm angry.
Yeah. So one thing I definitely want to say is, here's what I'll say. This is something that I've been thinking about a lot, and I know I talk about my past a lot on my streams, and so most people know that I used to be very conservative. And without getting too much into it, if you've ever watched my streams, I've probably talked about it. I just talk about it. And the reason why I talk about it is because it lets you know that when I talk about something like I'm about to say, this is coming from not fear, not like I watch, it's this talk show or this or that. Like I lived it. And I grew up in a very fundamentalist church that, for all intents and purposes, could be categorized as a cult. Even the way I said it just then, like it was a cult. Like I'm still kind of like, it's kind of like, what do they call it? A cult, I guess. Like, no, it's a cult. It's a cult. The kind of places that if your family, is excommunicated, you're supposed to not talk to them anymore. And it's anyways.
Yeah.
Something that I see, especially amongst Black activists, and other people of color. There's something that I see that I understand the spirit of it, and I understand what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it fully applies now. What I hear is, I knew this was gonna happen. We live this every day. And hey, we're just still fighting. We live this every day. I need y'all to know something. No, the fuck you have not. And let me explain. We experience racism every day. Our lives are on the line every day. I get that's why I said I get the spirit of it. But right now, for the first time in my lifetime, we have super majority is not even the word. Somebody needs to call an ultra majority of Christian nationalists that have taken the House, the Senate, the presidency, and they are the majority in the Supreme Court. Not only the majority of the Supreme Court, given the ages, Trump is likely to add at least one or two more.
Yes.
And it's, an Elite One, I love you. But I really do think that we're going to be fine stuff. I do think we're going to be okay. Right. So it's not me saying that that's wrong. But this idea of we've been through this before, or like, hey, we live. I need people to understand that Christian nationalism is a very, very, very dangerous thing. It's why there's books that are written like The Handmaid's Tale. It's because this is not like some shit to play with. And what I want people to do is to not sit there and go, hey, just another day. It's just another day for me. No. Keep your head on a swivel. Be ready and stay aware, right? If you say I always am, do it more. My wife is a therapist. She saw something on TikTok, and she knows that this is this thing I'm about to tell you. One of her clients happened to her. Tons of students around the area are Black students are getting text messages saying you've been assigned to X cotton field, da 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 da. And you think like, damn, that's crazy, right? It's on the news, like it's over there. Nope. Straight up, one of her clients that happened to. You hear Nick Fuentes laughing. I want people to understand this. This is a little bit unprecedented. I'm not trying to say the sky is falling. I'm not trying to say like, yeah, run for your lives, burn it all down. I'm just saying, don't take what's happening for granted.
Yeah.
And make sure you stay prepared and observant, because I think, and I hope I'm wrong, maybe in 2 years when we can get back out there and vote in the midterm, and we could take the Congress back, and then we get those proper balance, checks and balances back. And maybe we go, man, remember that stream where you were like talking about like it was the end of the world and shit? Nothing happened. I'm like, okay, you're right. But you need to stay prepared, because
yeah,
I'm telling you, these guys, they're not healthy. Everything they do is because of the will of God.
Mm-hmm.
Like anything is allowed for that. You know what I mean? You think about the atrocities that happened during the Crusades. The Pope blessed off on it. God said, this is what we need to do. Anything goes when your mandate is in your mind from God.
Now you're right.
Yeah.
I will, and real quick, just because I don't want anyone to get it twisted. I am not saying that you should have solidarity with the with MAGA. That's not what I'm talking about. I want to make it very
who
clear.
said that?
I'm not saying solidarity with MAGA. Not by a damn sight. I'm talking about solidarity with the folks got some goddamn sense.
That's right.
Because this is something that Robo and I were actually talking about off stream. We were talking about one of our favorite, a mutual favorite, content creator of ours, Olaemi Lauren, and something that she said. She talked about how that she was tired of making all these videos and social media posts trying to educate people about the things that are happening and what ultimately did happen this election. She had been, and here's the thing, and I want to make sure I'm clear on saying, just in case those who don't know who she is. Some of you, like my New Yorkers out there, you probably know who she is, because one of her biggest moments recently was how she put her foot on the neck of, Mayor Eric Adams. Mm-hmm. Live on the Breakfast Club. On the Breakfast Club,
yep.
I'm talking about cook that motherfucker shit, and fried it up golden brown. And had that motherfucker literally looking at Charlemagne the God for help. Like, man, you what was it? Y'all remember that? What was it? I'm gonna get you, sucker. Where the guy says, man, why'd you come help me? He's like, man, I tried to tell you I was whistling. And he was like, man, you mean tell me you was whistling, Biddy? Come get this bitch off me? Like, that's basically what was happening there. Like, he was getting his ass beat, like, live on, I mean, it wasn't on, I guess technically it's on television, sort of, because it's on YouTube. But I mean, just the point is, even she said, and here's the thing, she can't even vote. Like, she actually does not have the right to vote in America. And she is out here trying to educate people, not just from like a liberal mindset, but from an actual law mind state, trying to get people up to speed. I've seen a lot of other content creators who do the same thing. And a lot of them are like, dude, these people are cooked. They're cooked. You can't save them. All you can do is save the people who you can. And that's kind of where my mindset is on it. I don't think that, I'm back to the 2016 Blerd Without Fear. Y'all don't know that Blerd Without Fear because I wasn't an active content creator at that point in time. But 2016 election, I cut off a lot of people. There are lots of friends and family who I do not speak to anymore. There are people who are a part of my family now. I have a particular in-law who I do not pretend to be nice to. I mean, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It's not like he watches. My father-in-law, he knows how I feel about him. He knows. I actually put that motherfucker on blast on Facebook when that motherfucker was talking about, oh yeah, we're taking our country back, because he was at some Trump rally that was around here, and I was like, taking it back from who? And he didn't want to answer me. But meanwhile, he likes to take my like his granddaughter, my daughter, to parade around his other racist white friends so he doesn't look like so much of a bigot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
this
fuck
is proof.
That. Yeah, see,
give him his card. Yeah.
See, like I'm okay. I'm okay. Fuck people like that. No, we do not play patty cakes with those people.
Yeah, 100%. So one last thing I will tell y'all. There's a sentiment I hear a lot. And it's there's a good book to read called Sisters of Hate. Google Sisters of Hate. It's on Amazon. You can get on Audible or whatever. Really good book, and it talks about white women's role in the Confederacy, in the KKK. And there's this weird infantilizing that we do. Somebody brought this up, and I hadn't even thought about it. That, where there's this whole talk about how women are voting for Harris behind their husband's back, and and there's this thing that we do. Yeah, and it's like, and I got sucked into it, and I'm like, yeah, blah 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 blah, like good. And then they're like, no, the fuck they weren't. And I'm like, why would anybody think they would? They're not fucking. No. They're not victims. Well, I mean, there are a lot of victims, but it's like there are people. There are women who are white supremacists for the same exact reason why men are white supremacists. You know what I mean? So, but here's what I want to tell you all something. There's a lot of anger that I saw. Okay, I voted, right? But there's a lot of anger I saw in people that didn't vote, that couldn't bring themselves to vote for somebody who was going to support genocide. The numbers the numbers show that didn't fucking matter. No, it didn't matter. Nobody voted enough Greens to where it wasn't there. People didn't show up because they were disenfranchised. From right now, I know everybody has a different life situation, so I'm not talking about everybody. This is not like a blanket thing. Everybody has different life situations and abilities and XYZ. But if you haven't before ever been involved in an organization, been involved in your community, I challenge you to get out there and do that. Because if you're angry at somebody who decided not to vote, but you don't do anything in between every 4 years, like I need you all to understand that casting ballots is not activism. That's not change. That's not doing anything. If all you do is vote and then that's it, and I play video games for 4 years and I go back to vote, I want you to know that you're not a part of the fix. No. And so I really want you guys to challenge yourselves. There's all kinds of organizations. There's an organization here in Savannah, Georgia, that's specifically for young Black men, and they go around and they do stuff for the poor, and they talk to city council and stuff. There are things that you can do if you're disabled. There's things you can do online. And the only reason why I say that is I feel like it could be a silver lining for what we have to the motivation. Like, if we can understand what it means for the at least next 2 years, then at least use that to not lock yourself away in your house, to get out there and be the person protecting the most vulnerable, or becoming a part of a group of organizations that are trying to get out there and make a change. So
that's something I 100% back, because I vote all the time. Not just for the big elections. I vote local. I vote on Anytime there's like, it doesn't matter if it's midterms, doesn't matter like how small the race is, because at the end of the day, you affect the top by affecting the bottom. This is almost, honestly, not to minimize presidential elections, but local elections are probably even more important, because
they are definitely more important.
Matter of fact, I haven't even looked at this yet because I've just been so caught up by other shit. I actually do need to look and see.
Here, while you look that up, let me tell you all something.
Go.
All those rules that affect you every day, all the interactions with police and how you're treated, what's going on, like, sentencing procedures and bail reform, that has got dick to do with the president. All of those things
100%.
that affect us daily is at the local, city, and state level.
Here, I want to show this real quick. Also, I just want to point out something. This is where I live in Tennessee. A red state like a motherfucker, but like has a couple of pockets. Nashville and Memphis, the places that actually matter. All these other, like, all this red is nothing but podunk ass, fucking piss poor ass, undereducated fucking townships. Chattanooga and Knoxville are barely fucking cities. They're cities in the barest sense of the word.
Oh, really? Knoxville? Why is it famous? What is it known for?
I don't know. Fucking rednecks? I don't know.
Knoxville, Tennessee?
Yeah.
Maybe it's in a lot of country songs or something.
Probably. Well, that whole east side of Tennessee, redneck like a motherfucker. I'm talking redneck
Chattanooga.
through. Oh, yeah. Don't even get me started on Chattanooga. But the reason why I was actually more worried about this part of the election, because this, I don't give a fuck, I'll call her. This bitch right here, Marsha Blackburn, who is literally in the pockets of big business, who's in the pockets of people like Elon Musk, who's in the pockets of things like the fucking NRA, people like her who are in the pockets of billionaires who want nothing more than to keep the dirt poor and the ultra rich, all while lining her own pockets. Yeah. And might I add, one of Trump's biggest Southern allies. Just want to put that out there. When I voted on election day, do you know what I voted for? I voted for Gloria Johnson. And the reason why is because some of you may or may not remember, this was national news. There were three Tennessee politicians who were ejected from our local.
Oh, right. Yeah.
She was one of them.
Got it. Yeah.
And she was one, and it was Justin Jones, Justin Pearson were the other two, and I think Justin Jones, also was up for re-election. Voted for him as well. So yeah, I just want to put those things out there. That what the reason why we vote and why it's more important, because it's motherfuckers like this who help keep. It's motherfuckers like this who help keep people like Donald Trump as powerful as what they are. So that's why I say, you got to vote at all phases of the game. Yes, you got to vote for your fucking president. You got to vote for your fucking senator. You got to vote for your fucking House, your representatives, your governor, everything, ballot measures. You got to vote for all that shit. It's not you're the jokes people made about Jill Stein, saying, oh, Jill Stein's like a fucking, they kept calling her like a fucking locust, and she comes out every fucking 4 years looking for power. That's why people roast the shit out of her, because the Green Party has no power. They don't hold any seats. They don't hold anything. They're literally just there to, like, I used to not like the idea of calling people, oh, you're just playing spoiler. But let's be real. Let's call a spade a spade. That's all they fucking do. They're there to pretend to be an alternative for people who don't want to vote red or blue. That's really all they are. And while it doesn't necessarily make or break anything most of the time, let's be real. What else are they there for? What else are they there for? Especially when, and this is what I kept telling people, you got a problem when Donald Trump is telling you, yeah, sure, I back Jill Stein. Of course he does, because she's not his opponent. She's the opponent of the Democratic nominee, not the Republican nominee.
Well, she's the opponent of both.
Well, she's the
but you're
opponent
right.
of both.
Yeah,
but I
you're
mean,
right.
I'm talking about like he knows good and hell well anyone that would vote for her wasn't going to vote for him anyway. Like he knows that. He knows that.
Correct. That's what, and that's exactly correct. But but then the exit polls for 2020, anyone who voted for her wasn't going to vote for anybody.
Well,
it wasn't going to vote. It wasn't going to vote for anybody. Like that's what their exit poll says. It's like I was going to not vote if I didn't have that. But here's the thing. Here's what people need to know is I want to make sure that we're directed to what. There was a story I shared on Threads. All of the election day, I volunteered with Migrant Equity, doing protection poll election stuff, and I don't want to like call out it. Well, I was talking with a dreamer that day, right? And if you guys don't know what a dreamer is the people who've like they've been here like their whole lives. Like say their parents crossed the border, they're here undocumented. And they've been here since a baby, but now they're like 19 years old. And through Obama, I think under Obama they started the Dreamers Act. They're allowed to stay, and there's some path to citizenship, but it's still kind of wishy-washy. And then whenever Republicans get in power, they stop it. So there's always like this, like, am I going to be kicked back or not? This has happened not to just people south of the border. It's happened to people from Africa. There's a famous story of a kid who's an American black kid who's been here his whole life gets sent to Kenya, doesn't know shit about the culture, doesn't know the language, deported to Kenya because he was a dreamer. Quickly, the story is we're talking about parents because my parents are Trumpers, and then and her parents obviously can't vote, and she goes, well. Sometimes you just gotta try to, you gotta meet people where they're at, yada yada yada. And I'm like, like, what do you mean? And then she's like, her parents
don't worry,
wanted Trump to win. What happened?
No, I saw Elite say something.
And the most Democrats are likely to vote green before they go fully red.
No, not that. No, not that. It was somebody else who came in and they were trying to talk some shit. So I sent them to the shadow realm.
Oh, dang. See? Dang, this is good because that would have definitely stun locked me.
Yeah, no, we're not. I'm gonna put it like this. If people come here from like some bigoted mindset or they want to shit talk, here's my thing. I'm not engaging with those people. Fuck those people.
Not today.
I'm not
today.
Not today, not tomorrow, not anytime.
Yeah,
at this point, you are cooked. And I don't care about the metrics. I don't care about the numbers. I would rather the channel fucking tank than entertain those people. So if I see them, they get like literally
for sure.
The y'all. That's what they get.
Send them a message and then send them to my channel first before you. Because you know me, I'll argue all day.
Their name is Georgia Sweet. In case you just really want to talk to them. But yeah. Anyway.
No, but check this out. No, it wasn't a lesser evil thing. This is something that I think that we have to kind of get out of our head. There's this idea, this is a cartoon version of the Republican, right? And it's this character that we built in our head. And what they are is they're all these racist, KKK loving, like fuck everybody, right? And by the way, large portion of them, we know that, right? That is the platform.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another part of the Republican voter. And it's the part that time after time after time are ignored, and so they vote for a Republican. And it's the person who lives in poverty.
Mm-hmm.
This girl's parents are undocumented. They know what the fuck Trump says about them. They know that they're getting deported, but shit, they've lived their whole life at risk of deportation.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what they care about? They care about the fucking their grocery bill. They care about buying things. Now, is Trump going to make those things cheaper? Fuck no.
No,
he's a fucking liar.
Well,
yeah,
no,
he's a liar.
He's a liar, but the one thing he is telling the truth about, he is gonna do something about tariffs. But the thing is, people don't like. This is why I think it's so funny about this. People don't understand what tariffs actually are. They're not raising taxes on those other countries. It's increasing the price for you.
Yeah, because China's going to pass the savings on to you.
Yeah, exactly. And by savings, we mean cost. So anything you try and buy that is technically something that comes from somewhere else, and let's be honest, America doesn't make shit, really, except bombs to give to other countries to bomb more brown people. In the famous words of George Carlin. The thing is, what's going to happen is everything you get, the price is going to go up. You think that you're doing better by yourself by voting for him, thinking that the economy is going to be better as a result. But in fact, you are damning yourself even worse. Like, you are literally, like, you may as well have stepped in the pot. You have stepped in the pot yourself. Like, no one put you in the pot. No one, bamboozled you into the pot. No, you willfully stepped into the pot of hot boiling water and started bathing in it because you're like, oh, look at this. This is just so fantastic. This is just so great. I'm doing what's best for me. And at the end of the day, no, you're not. You have fucked yourself. And I can't say this enough.
As you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
This is what's going to happen. And honestly, that's why I was telling somebody earlier, because I saw somebody, one of our Latin brothers out here. I saw talking about this on Threads, talking about how, members of their family voted for Trump. And this guy, like, we're talking about a guy that is, from a family of immigrants.
Right.
And, kind of like what you were talking about, dreamers. These are people who did not care that they were told they come from a garbage in the middle of the ocean, a pile of garbage in the middle of the ocean. They didn't care about any of that shit. Because you know why? It's that, oh, he ain't talking about me. No, he's talking about you too.
So here, I'm gonna push back just a little bit because I want this. I think the party makes a mistake, and I think we're gonna keep making the same mistake. And here's why. Like I said, we know Trump's a fucking liar. We know he's lying. We know he's a piece of shit. But when you're Hillary Clinton and you're campaigning and you tell people who are struggling, find a different job. We're closing that mine down. The Earth's going green. It doesn't matter. And things are solar, and they don't give a fuck, right? Then they're going to they don't have the privilege of culture wars. They don't know what the word chud is. They work 3 jobs and they don't watch the news.
No.
And all they know is and here I know this is probably a rough crowd to say this in, but Harris fucked herself.
Yeah.
When she decided to spend the last 50% of her campaign talking about Liz Cheney and fucking Republicans.
Yeah.
So now I am a poor person looking up like, and you know what Trump is doing? Trump is lying, going, hey, I'm gonna make things cheaper. And you know what fucking Kamala Harris was doing? Doing a power walk on stage with Liz Cheney. Like, it's like, oh, what are you doing?
Not only was she doing that, but she was also cozying up to Republicans who hold no power, who are unpopular.
They're
even
not
in their
gonna
own
vote
party.
for her.
Well,
yeah.
Well, not only that, Liz Cheney couldn't even get motherfuckers to vote for her. She lost her fucking seat. So how the fuck is Liz Cheney going to help you get Republican votes when she couldn't even get any fucking Republican votes?
This mythical group of Republicans who are suddenly going to turn in their, give up their white supremacy in order to, because, wow, she hates Trump too. You ran on Trump bad.
Yeah.
And that's like, I'm like, God.
I mean, if you were going to cozy, I mean, look, I'm not saying that you got to cozy up to Republicans, but I'm going to say this. If you were going to cozy up to any fucking Republican, the Republican you needed to cozy up to was not Liz Cheney. You should have been trying to cozy up to fucking Nikki Haley. Because Nikki Haley actually, I mean, even though technically, she couldn't Like, she could beat every other Republican primary candidate, but she couldn't beat Trump. But the thing is, she had enough people. She had more people voting for her than for Liz Cheney of all fucking people. Dick Cheney, Dick Cheney, literally the guy who was responsible for like most of the horrible wars and military catastrophes that we've had in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy. Like, no, you're not supposed to coach. You're not supposed to. And not only that, oh my God. Not only that, not breaking from Biden. Like, I'll say this much.
That's it. That's it.
I know as far as like the Palestine stuff goes, I honestly never really reasonably expected her to break from Biden on that, because at the end of the day, she's vice president. She can't do anything. I mean, there's shit that a vice president can do and can't do. She can try to talk Biden out of giving weapons to Netanyahu, but that's really just more predicated on whether she gives a fuck to do that or not. But the thing is, like, the stuff that you could like feasibly break from Biden on, like when you're literally asked on The View, one of the most, even though I think it's a stupid show, but one of the most watched television shows, and they ask you, how are you different from Joe Biden? You just basically say, I'm not.
You don't even have to give like, oh, let's talk about this issue or this issue. What you said? Let me tell you something when I heard that. What is Biden's approval rating
right now?
What did the exit polls say are people's number one issue? And when they asked you, how is your bank account before and now, most people were like, I am struggling more now.
Right.
And I don't like what Biden's doing. We need something different. And she went out there on stage and like, we are not going to go back and we're going to be different. And then when asked, are you going to do fracking different? No, we're going to still frack. We're going to close down the border. So we're here talking about leopards, right? And I get it. I'm not upset. Trust me, I get it. They are leopards and they are going to get their face eaten 100%.
Oh, 100%.
But it's less about the fact that they think they're white or there's a lot of proximity to whiteness. But there are people that are just like, I don't know what the fuck is going on because I work 3 jobs and don't watch the news.
No, you're 100%
This person
right.
said is going to lose. Is this person right here is saying they're going to make my shit cheaper. This one over here just keeps talking about the border. So if they're both going to close the border, they're both they both don't fucking hate me. Kamala Harris goes out there and says, stay home, don't come here, when she was the vice president. Neither one of those motherfuckers give a fuck about me. At least I'm going to pick the guy who, and they're being lied to, of course. I'm not saying that he will.
No, 100%.
They're gonna, but by the way, even if he was going to make it cheaper, he's not.
The thing is,
I'm not fucking, that's that fucking, that, goddamn, that fucking individualist bullshit that I think is just pure fucking evil.
Well,
the fact that you would cause the death of so many fucking other millions because I need to fucking buy groceries. Get the fuck out of here.
But here's the thing, though. And I'll say this. I can say this now because we have the benefit of hindsight. I'm going to be real with y'all. There was never any path to victory for Kamala Harris. Let's just be honest now. I'm not saying that because I didn't want her to win. No, I wanted her to win because I felt she was the better of two options. But the thing is, like you said earlier, the Palestine shit didn't matter. The Roe v. Wade shit didn't matter. Like, not enough people gave a fuck about that. Motherfuckers kept constantly saying, I just don't understand her positions. I just don't know what it is. I don't know her positions. But at the end of the day, this motherfucker was literally out here telling people her positions, telling people about the plans that she had, all things that I thought were actually really good things. Meanwhile, there was some orange motherfucker on TV literally just talking like for hours ad nauseum about personal grievances and how he just wants revenge on the people he felt had wronged him. And the thing is, at no point does he ever talk about any particular fucking policy. So if you think that like anytime I heard someone say, oh, I just think Trump is better on policy, I'm like, you're fucking lying. You're lying to yourself. Yeah. You are cooked. You are like he is the problem, but you are the problem because you are so cooked that you think you don't know. You don't think. No.
Yeah.
You're worse. You believe.
Right.
You believe him. You believe that when he's talking about his personal grievances, that he's talking about That's how you know that look.
Daddy Kaiju, that's it right there. You're right.
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom would have beat Trump.
100%. Yeah. This is like, look, don't get me wrong.
And by the way, this is me changing my mind.
What do you mean?
And I have hindsight's 2020. But when they did this and everybody was saying like, "Oh, we didn't vote for her," I'm like, I was part of the excitement. She had the energy.
She did. Like it was Obama 2008 all over again.
I'm telling you, you all remember? Let's go, right? She dropped the deals, yada yada yada. I'm out here saying, yeah, I called for a ceasefire, but I'm excited. And she fucking took that energy and said, "So, Republicans, you want to come vote for me?" Oh, God damn it.
Like,
but yeah.
You know what's funny about this? This is like that moment where the whole Dixiecrats thing, where it's like that whole point in history where the Democratic Party like said, you know what? Fuck this shit. We're going to the other side. But the difference this time is, or maybe I don't know, maybe it's the same. But I feel like the difference this time is there's no one to take those people's place. We're just stuck with the regular ass establishment liberals that were already gumming up the works anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say this. And while I find all this thing, I do eventually want to get to the thing. I promise.
Yeah,
we're gonna
yeah,
get to
for sure.
Yes, I've made a note. I've made notes on this paper right here. Where these are things being added to the list. Also, shout out to the Pokey Kid, dude. Blerd Club Diamond. My God, out here. That's the type of shit I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. We've also got Pears Yule out here gifted 5. Jesus Christ. Also, to further their point, says keep putting out that good word, gents. Wanted to show support. Time for the working class to organize more in the workplace and educate each other. You have not lied. Thank you for giving those 5 Blerd Club Gold memberships. We appreciate you. And then we've also got A Jux in them with a $9.99 says, what's good, y'all? I got a comic question for you. So my girl, 34, said she would read a comic. So what book would you recommend her? Trying to get her one for Christmas. So here's what I'm going to say. It really all depends on taste. It depends on taste. But, because I hate assuming what people like. But I will say this. There are some comics out there that I think are pretty universal.
Paper Girls.
Yes, actually, I think I moved it to my other shelf, or did I move it down here? I think it's down there somewhere. I can't reach it. But yes, I would say Paper Girls is a really good one. Way better than the TV show. TV show was a mistake. I appreciate what they tried to do, but my God, did they fuck that up? I can say that now. I would also recommend. I have depending on. Okay, I will say this. It depends on your wife's or your girlfriend's taste. I'm gonna go to right now. If she is kind of not really into the idea of talking about sexuality and sex in general, I would not recommend this book, but I love this book so much that I think it's fantastic. It's worth the read. Is Sex Criminals. Fantastic book. It's hilarious. I laugh and giggle so often because I'm a child. And I would also say Saga. Saga is a really good book, which just came back from hiatus, actually. Issue 70 came out this week. Wicked and the Divine, also a really good story. And also, if you want to get a little woke, I would say there's a another personal favorite of mine. Ooh, wait, I lost a Robo. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. I don't know what that was.
No, I don't know either. I don't know. And my shit stayed green too. So I was like, oh man, is he dead? And then I looked over the chat. I'm like, chat's still going. I'm like, it's me.
It's like, damn. But I was gonna say, see, that's how powerful this book is. That's how powerful the book is. The nice house. Nice house on the lake, also fantastic.
They are coming.
It's woke. I mean,
it's woke.
It's true. I would also say this is another one. One that I'm still currently reading through. The Department of Truth. Fantastic.
Ah, damn it, so good.
It is so. And honestly, especially if you are a person like myself or Robo, like you're very like politically activated, there is a lot. Like honestly, here I got to play it again.
It's woke.
I'm not gonna lie. This motherfucker will make you paranoid about some shit. I'm not gonna lie. You'd be
I'm saying,
like maybe the department is real. Which, by the way, there will be a video coming out about this for too long. Philadelphia is another good one. Honestly, you know what? Also, I would also tell you, dude. I would also tell you to you know, if this is your thing, you know, if you really want to help her out, do this. Let's put that in the chat. Yeah, we're gonna put
very nice. Very nice. That way you don't have to guess.
Yeah, you don't have to guess.
You don't have to guess.
You can get your girl a 1-year membership to Global Comics. Almost every single comic that I just mentioned is on that app. You can either the app or you go to the website. I think the app is better objectively. But yeah, you get 33% off. I think it makes it $59.99 as opposed to being like $79 or so on. And yeah, and I saw somebody bring up Stray Dogs. Also another really good one, especially if you want to see a cute, fluffy dog story that just so happens to also be a horror story as well. But yeah, we'll be talking about that.
Yeah. Hey, tell her she needs to be an adult and read comics on the toilet like everyone else.
Yes, that as well. Honestly, that's how I get so much red. We've also got Gearless Mo out here with the 1999 super chat. Says the results are something I'm trying to understand for starters. The reps now have full control. House, Senate, courts, and president. Going to watch what happens. Will things get better? Discuss. Well, here's the thing. Well, the Supreme Court is gone for like a generation. Let's just go ahead and put that out there. Supreme Court's gone for a generation.
Yep.
We can,
especially if he puts in somebody young. He puts in like a 44 or something.
It's
someone our age.
Yeah.
They're there for another 40 more years.
Yes. Yeah. That's a wrap. You can go ahead and cancel Christmas on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're talking like what 70 years. Something like. Also, yeah, because also bear in mind that Justices Thomas and Alito, I think they're going to be retiring during Trump's presidency, which means he's going to get 2 picks. So, and he already put, what was it? How many did he put when he was in last time? Was it 3? I think it was 3 justices that he got put in. That he got installed.
280 something federal judges.
So I mean, yeah, this shit's cooked. It's done. It's a wrap.
Yeah. Is it going to get better? No,
it's not going to get better.
It's not going to get better.
And honestly, this is why my daughter's not as politically activated as she thinks she is, but I do find it cute that she is politically activated. But like she's aware. Like she doesn't know all the inner workings, but she knows enough about who Donald Trump is and what he represents that she knows that basically it's a wrap. She knows. When she was so upset, the morning after, that, I mean, not to say she was like inconsolable or anything, but she was upset. Still is. And yeah. And like Alita said, she's got to grow up in this BS.
That's right. That's right.
But
we're already halfway done, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
These kids got a long way to go. That's why I'm just gonna keep repeating: get out there and organize.
Yeah,
get out there and organize. You got to have that support system because when shit hits the fan, look, I know there's a lot of people who don't like being called liberals, and you know, I think more people are liberals than they understand. The leftist mindset is understanding that the system, as a democratic socialist, I want to try every resource available, to use the system to figure out a way to get there, right? If you're an anarchist and you think that's naive, I have arguments with them, and the leftists are infighting is just normal. It's been happening for 100 years. But understand that this system is broken, not because of bad people, but because that is the inherent way of the system. What do we say whenever we talk about a white cop gets off or whatever? They said, no, the court system isn't broken. The court system is working as designed. This right here, if you're a Christian, this is what I'm going to say. This doesn't sound familiar. Is gonna get worse before it gets better.
In so many ways. Let's see. We have also got the homie Don Heim out here. Don Thessienheim out here with the 10. Says, thank you, gents. I needed this discussion. I understand why strategy peeps talk the way they do. Pod save cry. Yes. Which I think I need to go back and watch. They had a segment on Jimmy Kimmel the other day I want to check out. But I needed this honesty without demographic blaming. And that's the thing. And like I said, we're not here to, outside of, I'm going to call a spade a spade. White men and women, by and large, did demonstrably 100%. Vote in 100%. Favor of Trump. But the thing is, I don't even really want to blame them because let's be real. That's how it's been for decades. No Democratic nominee has really cracked the white male, white female demographic in any major. I mean, the closest you get is Obama, and even then, that was still and I don't even think that was even that close there either.
Yeah, but that's where your anger needs to be directed, though, because they will 100%. Not. They want to. They're doing that to maintain their quo. Power, exactly, as in their to center themselves as white people.
Oh yeah. That said, man, let's talk about something fun. Let's talk about. Well, yeah. I say fun. Yeah. It's not gonna be fun.
Let's talk about some shit that's like happier, right?
Right. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all the great contributions that we have been given by
the early forefathers.
Our
of comic books.
It's gonna be great.
May or may not have been Jewish.
Yeah, who may? He said, who may or may not. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. No, I'm fucking around. But no. Let's get. You heard last week we talked about the brown bomber. We talked about Lois turning black. But there's others out there that I think a lot of people don't know about. This is the one I actually had in my back pocket for last week, but I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to save it for this week, and I'm just gonna pull the Band-Aid off. So how many of you are fans of what is effectively the original? And when I say I'm talking about the original, the OG. Not talking about that Marvel shit. I'm talking about the original Captain Marvel. How many of y'all are fans of the original Captain Marvel? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Shazam.
Yeah. I'm talking about that premium Shazam, that original Shazam. How many of y'all are fans? Y'all like him?
No.
Y'all like him? Y'all like this is your guy, right? This y'all boy, right? Y'all like this guy, right? This is fam.
So that's a man of the people right there.
Yeah, no, this is your guy, right? This your boy. This is your Ace Boone Coon, as my mom used to say, right? Right? Interesting. That's interesting. Man, funny how
No, Zachary Levi didn't tarnish shit. Zachary Levi fit the mold. Damn near perfectly.
Perfect. He was perfect.
He's perfect for the role.
Yeah, he was perfect. See, because some of you know that y'all know that Shazam is normally a little kid by the name of Billy Batson. Well, here's Billy Batson right here.
Oh,
in blackface.
Oh.
In blackface.
Ask me who I am. Tell him I'm Rastus Washington Brown.
From Alabama.
Okay.
Also, here I got another one for you. Here, right here.
Where's my belt?
Is your show Weezy is gonna be alright, Mr. Boss Man? I is gonna see my mammy in Alabama show enough. Huh. Interesting.
God.
Interesting.
Damn.
Wait, is this a better quality one? Nah, it's not a better. It's all about the same. It's all about the same. Anyway, but no, yeah, Billy Batson. Ain't that about a bitch? Said, is your show we's gonna be alright, Mr. Boss Man, sir?
Billy Blackface.
Billy Blackface. I'm not gonna lie, that about took me out. That about almost took me out. Oh, also, man, how many of y'all remember? Like, I know this. So, okay, this is from way back in the day. So I don't expect a lot of people to remember this shit, but this isn't the only thing regarding Shazam. There's more. There's more.
He can't be racist. He can't be racist because he had a black friend. I remember.
He had a black friend. That's right. You know, and we all know you cannot be racist when you have black friends. And
well, like show the black friend though.
Yeah. So
you'll see.
You'll see.
Proof.
No, you're gonna.
It's proof.
There's proof. So check this out. There is never like I know you guys are thinking. I know what you guys. I look. I know what you guys are thinking. You're thinking, well, there's no greater black friend in the history of comics than Rhodey. Rhodey, your War Machine. Yeah, he was a guy. He was out here. You know, even Spider-Man had, you know, Robbie Robertson. You know, I'm sure Superman had a black friend. You know, somewhere. Batman hangs out with Black Lightning and Mr. Terrific, of course. No. Shazam had what I think is objectively the best black friend that you could ever potentially have in the history of comics. Steamboat Willie. Or I think it's just Steamboat. It was just Steamboat. Yeah, Steamboat. But yeah, look at this here. Look at this here. A whole Sambo. Whole Sambo. Yeah, that's the... Oh. I bet that old man Herman is associated with some ghosts. And that they done haunt these woods like nobody's business.
That is very uncomfortable.
Oh, it gets better. It gets better. Check this out. Listen, is a Captain Marvel or ain't a Captain Marvel? Why, yes, but then what I says goes. Come on. Captain Marvel was literally speaking jive. And I want to make this clear. The way they used to draw black people back then, they literally drew them to look like monkeys.
100%.
This is 100%. A Sambo. This is a Sambo by every stretch of like by any other metric. Like like but yeah, of course. We also have to remember Steamboat had those long, lanky excuse my French, had those long, lanky nigger bones. He could reach back behind himself and he could he could handle the knots. He could handle the knots just perfectly. But he can't ride on any boats because the boat will sink. The boat will sink with him in it. Also right here.
That's rough.
Glory be, it's the day of judgment, y'all. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, like who's man?
I need to know who wrote these. I wanted to do that, but these are probably all clipped, huh?
Well, okay, so I can actually find this for you because I've actually been meaning.
Do you know the number?
Oh my God, I don't remember this
here,
one.
You talk about that. I'm just gonna look up Steamboat Willie.
Yeah. Go.
Wait, again. Steamboat what?
Just Steamboat. It might have been Steamboat Willie, but I may also be
Steamboat Willie's the old Mickey
Mouse. Yeah. But I think it was just Maybe it was Steamboat Bill. I don't remember exactly.
That's what it was. Steamboat. That's what it was. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but also here's another one right here. Him hanging around with Mary Marvel. Also, yeah, look at these people right here. Look at the how they have monkey ears. Their lips are so big they take up most of their face. Dude, I'm telling you, man, shit was wild. Oh, and then right here. We ain't never going home, Loss and me. Oh my God.
America's Greatest Comics #2, 1942.
Yeah, who wrote that?
Hey! It was different back then. It was a different time. Right?
Yes,
That's not what we say.
That's what we always...
Artist, something.
Yeah. That's. Oh wait, I found another one. Ooh, this might be objectively worse. I don't know somehow, but right here, look at this.
Oh no.
Shazowie, look out, boy! You is got your foots in the feet lights. Turn on them lights again, somebody. The lights is out. Show is black in here.
I'm glad you're here. Because it just wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same. I would be out there. I'm like, and this one hits Captain Marvel. No, it ain't. Yes, tits. No, say it with the voice. I'm not saying it with the voice.
It's like, no. His Captain Marvel. No, it ain't. Yes, it is. Look at that red suit. Wee-wee. Who is your boy? I am Earth's mightiest morsel. Oh my God.
So apparently they didn't put the writer's name back then.
Oh, no, I don't think they did.
Well,
honestly, let's be surprised. But I definitely will say this. I'll definitely say this. That deserves a lot of that. Also,
Ed Herron.
Oh my God. Oh, that's who
Ed
it was?
Herron. Yeah, Ed Herron and CC Beck. Let's look him up. Ed Herron, DC.
Dude. Y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Fawcett Comics was a mistake.
Fawcett Comics.
Fawcett Comics was a mistake. Well, the funny thing about it, too, is that, in a lot of senses, I think that, I have a lot of feelings about the whole Fawcett Comics thing because DC basically ran them out of business using lawfare against them, basically dragging them into so many court cases that Fawcett couldn't afford to fight back. And to be fair, their reasoning for doing it was honestly flimsy at best. It was like, oh, your Captain Marvel is too much like Superman. We're suing you for that. But here's the thing. It actually was for the best because honestly, this was the type of bullshit Fawcett would put out.
Mm-hmm.
This is the type of bullshit Fawcett would put out. So, I'm not saying it was every single issue of, Captain Marvel comics, but it was definitely in there more than it should have been. Let's just be honest with ourselves there. So
he doesn't have a wiki, but I looked up the surname Herron and he was a whole ass Englishman.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. So we got Miracle Man out of this. Technically, yeah, you did. Yeah, actually. Yeah. And Fawcett Comics, that was actually why DC, what Xylism is talking about here, this is actually why DC was suing them, was because, it wasn't because there was any actual likeness between Superman and Captain Marvel, it was because Captain Marvel was regularly, I'm talking about every week, outselling Superman.
I wonder why.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why. Why did they like that comic more than?
I don't know. I don't have any
something.
I don't know. It's something.
I heard the writing was captivating. A lot of depth.
Something about that.
A lot of depth.
Oh yeah. Trust me. Cyborg 009. Yes, I've. Yeah.
By the way, somebody brought up Avengers 200. And while you were talking, I was scrolling through and I can't find anything. I feel like who's that motherfucker? Jonathan Hickman wrote that shit. There's a lot of words in that bitch.
Well, I tell you what. Okay, so for those that don't know, Avengers 200 is a landmark issue. Anytime any comic makes it to 200 issues, landmark issue. It was such a landmark issue, in fact, that it had multiple writers here. And I'm actually going to pull this up. I want y'all to see this because you're going to see some names on here that are probably going to make you shudder. So you had Jim Shooter, George Perez.
George Perez.
Yeah, gone too soon. I believe it's Bob Layton and David Michelini. They all wrote this issue. But this issue is famous for something. And it is famous for one of the weirdest story arcs ever in the history of ever. And that is because just a scant couple of issues prior, Carol Danvers, who at the time was Ms. Marvel, suddenly fell pregnant. She passed out in issue 197 and later woke up at the end of the issue 3 months pregnant, like just suddenly out of nowhere.
Wow.
Suddenly she was 3 months pregnant. She had no clue what was going on. Yeah, everybody around her is trying to help her figure out what's going on. And here I'm actually going to pull this up because this is all relevant. This is all relevant information here. I'm going to zoom this in. We got to witness Ms. Marvel give birth. Because so you're probably sitting there thinking, wait. She got pregnant in issue. She was 3 months pregnant by issue 197. Okay, that's crazy because how would she not know she's pregnant at 3 months? You by 3 months, you usually kind of have at least some idea that you're pregnant. There's been at least some sign, I would hope. But so issue 200, she's already having it must be a preemie baby. No, not at all. See, what has happened is that it's an accelerated pregnancy. And she has the baby. The baby. Yeah. The baby is born. Everybody's like, oh my God, he's so tiny. Oh my God. Isn't this so crazy? Oh my God. And and Captain Marvel. Yeah, and this is the thing I think was so great about this issue. Is that at first glance, it seems like I'm gonna be able to play this.
It's woke.
Because we're talking about everybody's like, oh, it's so great. Oh my God, this is such an amazing thing. Oh my God, this is fantastic. Wasp is like, oh, you just had a baby. Oh my God, it's the greatest day ever. Oh, all the stars and garters Beast is saying right now. But no, Carol is upset because she didn't conceive a child. Someone made her pregnant, like literally took away her choice. Like she doesn't even know how it happened. And she's visibly distressed. She's visibly distressed.
I've been used. There's another word for that. I wouldn't have used. But
I wouldn't have used either. I would have said the R word. But
right.
She's been SA'd. She's been SA'd in some way. But here's where things get interesting. I know, right? You may tell me it wasn't interesting and immaculate or unholy conception. What?
Oh, I think I'm at the weird part.
Yeah, you're at the weird part now. It's
where what the fuck?
The baby suddenly starts talking. It's grown a full head of hair in the time since it's been born. It's already aged up to being around 4 or 5 years old. It's talking, it's saying words, and it's incredibly intelligent. It's actually talking about science with Beast. It's losing its baby teeth and growing permanent teeth. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, whoop, Hello, mother. Well, well, well. Some of you may recognize that face. So, this is none other than, I believe his name is Marcus Immortus. And he is the son of the Kang variant, Immortus.
Ah.
And there's a reason why, and there's a reason why you probably are sitting here like thinking like, who the fuck is this? It's because he is a character you will never see or hear from again, because this storyline is so infamous for how fucking terrible it is. Marvel refuses to acknowledge him ever again. As a matter of fact, after this very issue, he gets one more appearance in comics, and it's a flashback to being revealed that he is dead. But no, the whole thing is that apparently what he did is that he wooed Carol Danvers.
The person who gave birth to him.
Yes. Yeah, okay. So here, now you see where I'm going. He watched Carol Danvers from afar. He fell in love with her, and he wanted to put himself into the present timeline to escape from limbo.
God.
Yes, you see where this is going.
I don't want to. I don't know why you're doing this to me.
Oh, but here it is. Here it is. I'm going to read this out because you have to see this. But then I hit upon a plan. Since I had been born into limbo, why couldn't I be born onto Earth? And by accelerating both the birth and the maturity process, perhaps I could negate the time flux distortion before it became irreversible. I knew that an exceptionally strong woman would be required for such an undertaking, and through numerous time scans, I determined Ms. Marvel, the powerful combination of Kree and human strengths, would be the perfect vessel. Thus, I plucked you from the flying craft you were operating over what you call New Jersey, and brought you to limbo. And basically, this is red. I roofied you. And while I knew Immortus' devices could bend your will to mine, I did not want you that way. And so I set about winning you.
What?
I knew that. Oh, wait, wait, wait. I gotta take us. I gotta take us to the next step because here, right here. This is where shit gets weird. This is where shit gets weird. It's right here. To aid my purpose, I brought others in from Earth's time continuum. I had Shakespeare write you a sonnet, and Beethoven performed an original prelude in your honor, while Marie Antoinette herself clothed you in the finest of satins and silks. Finally, after relative weeks of such efforts, and admittedly, with a subtle boost from Immortus' machines, you became mine. And in the pocket of change, we became one. Through the electronic wonders at my command and my own inherited powers, I was able to implant my essence within you, causing a condition that resembled pregnancy. And then, even as my corporeal form faded into oblivion, my father's preset mechanisms masked your recent memories and transported you back to your flying craft a mere second after you had left. But here's the thing. All of that.
Why?
All of that. Fucking gross. Let's just like I just want to make it clear. All of that.
So he said. So just so you remember, he said appears to make it appear to be a pregnancy.
Yes.
Which means he just like, I snuck into your uterus and stayed there for a little while.
Basically, it's basically what he did. And here's the thing, it gets better. It gets better. Once reborn, quotey fingers reborn, I knew that as my artificially accelerated growth progressed, the limbo effect would become stronger. But I had hoped to build a machine to negate the effect before I reached full maturity, and the effect became permanent. Then I could have lived among you, using my knowledge of time and history to better the human race. But when my machine was destroyed, I knew there was no time to build another before the limbo effect became fixed. Therefore, since I cannot and will not cause the destruction of a world just to realize a dream, my options became either to return to limbo, living in solitary hell into infinity, or else goad you Avengers into killing me and thus sparing me. I want to point this out here. This motherfucker literally went through all this trouble to make himself born just to turn around and have to ask to be killed. So basically, all of this was for nothing. He literally sexually assaulted a woman, enforced pregnancy upon her for no good goddamn reason.
Isn't it weird how like masters of time and people who live outside of time can get foiled ever? Like,
right?
You didn't see this coming. No pun intended.
Oh, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Robo, are you ready? Are you ready for the
No.
Oh man, yeah, you gotta be. Come on, you gotta be ready.
I thought we were just gonna do racism. Why?
Why is it Actually, I like this part. But remember, folks, these comics were far greater than anything current day, right? Right? Exactly. No, it gets better, y'all. It gets better, y'all. Here's Hawkeye saying, "Geez, Marcus, you should have told us." And what then? Will you have trusted the son of one of your oldest enemies?
He's crying.
Oh, yeah, he's fucking crying. He sexually
Bro, you
assaulted
snuck
somebody.
into her uterus.
And he's crying.
And birth yourself.
Hey, it gives a new term to birthing person, huh?
Right? Gee, yeah.
Don't tell Anna Kasparian. Don't tell her.
Oh, man.
But he says, no matter, I'll go. Perhaps I was destined to be alone. So here comes Ms. Marvel, Carol Danvers. No, Marcus, you won't be alone. Carol, what do you mean? I mean that while I still don't know what I felt for you in Limbo, some of that feeling still lingers. And that, combined with the fact that, by some bizarre logic, you are my child, makes me feel closer to you than I've felt to anyone in a long time. Okay, so now we've got full-on Oedipus complex going on here, people.
Like, she's acknowledging it, and she's teary-eyed about it.
Yes.
Like, I gave birth to you, and I'm trying to smash.
Right?
I don't understand.
Oh, it gets better. It gets here. I wanna go back. I want to zoom this in just a little bit because I right here he says, and I think that just might be a relationship worth giving a chance. So I'm returning with you to Limbo. Iron Man, the only one who's actually speaking any sense, and then immediately by the next panel is not speaking any sense. What, Ms. Marvel, you sure you know what you're doing? Not entirely, Iron Man, but I've been denying my feelings for quite a while. Maybe it's time I started following them. Say goodbye to the others for me, will you? And his response is, but I mean, well, I guess I could. It's basically the equivalent of, no, don't go, please.
Yeah, please, no.
No, don't, no. And she leaves with him. And she lives happily ever after.
Nah.
Until Avengers Annual number 10.
Oh, she stayed gone that long? She stayed gone for a pretty good, decent amount of time then.
She stayed with him for a while, but here's what happens. So what ends up going down is that, so for some of you may or may not remember, there's a time where Ms. Marvel stayed amongst the X-Men. And over that time, she wound up falling into their custody, hanging out with the X-Men, being a part of the crew, not actively as a team member, but just living amongst them, trying to help get her mind right. And during this time frame, and I want to point this out, this is why when Storm recently joined the Avengers, and I saw there were people saying, oh, well, her and Storm aren't going to get along. This is why I like to keep this image on deck. So this is at a moment when the Avengers have arrived at the X Mansion. And basically says, hey, we will stay if you wish, Carol, because Storm knows that Carol is mad at the Avengers right now.
Mm-hmm.
The only Avenger who she's even on speaking terms with by this point, if you notice the raven-haired woman next to her, that is Jessica Drew, Spider-Woman.
Mm-hmm.
Her absolute best friend, more so than anyone else. But she goes on to... she
was a roommate.
Yeah, you know, she was a partner.
Is that Auntie's roommate? Yes.
That's her friend. That's her friend. But says, are you sure you'll be all right? She says, I'm not sure of anything, Jess, except that this is something I feel I have to do. If you need a friend, call. I'll hear you. And from there, we get to witness Carol read the Avengers the Riot Act while she's in a bathing suit. Says at first, no one says a word, and Carol panics, regretting letting Jessica Drew go, wondering if this sudden burst of terror shows on her face. Then, as they say hi, she says, they ask her how she's doing. She says, I'm better than expected, Hank. I'll never regain all my memories, but Professor Xavier has helped me remember who I am, who and what I was. I remember my family. I remember the Avengers and how I came to leave them. Bits and pieces mostly. I've got a ways to go yet. But then, as things carry on, because one of the, I think it was Hawkeye who actually brings up something about, oh, we thought that you were in love with Marcus Immortus. She says, I didn't love Marcus. I never loved Marcus. Don't any of you realize what happened months ago? What Marcus did to me?
Oh no.
And then, so now,
they didn't have to write this, right? I mean, they didn't have to do this.
They didn't have to. No, they didn't have to. They say, guys, I love how Wonder Man's the guy that's like, guys, maybe our visit was a mistake. He says, hold it. I was there, lady. You told us you cared for Marcus. You left with him of your own free will. And she says, I left because I felt I had no choice. And that's when they
Chris.
right?
I was in his Discord. I'm gonna DM him.
Oh god. Wait, what happened?
No, I think I might be thinking of somebody else, but there was who had a Discord. Anyways, never mind. Keep going.
But no, so I should have showed this part. This part's actually pretty interesting. This is actually what kind of goes ahead of all those things that I had just mentioned. So basically, what's going? I left this part out. This is actually the part that I think bears some actual telling. So there's a point where the reason why she's actually going off, I should probably share. There is actually a good reason why she's yelling at everyone. I probably should have set that up a little bit better. But the reason why she's yelling is because it's at this precise moment that Thor is like, be not ashamed of thy womanly tears, Carol. Thou hast lost the one thou didst love. That's why, she slapped the fuck out of Thor, and that's why she immediately began yelling. But she also talks a little bit here. Let's see, did I keep that? I don't know if I kept that one up. Let's see, did I? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, she basically just kind of goes through talking about how, she stayed with him, and also, yeah, bruh, like all this right here, like seriously. Is
this Chris Claremont too?
So this, I think, might be. I'd have to look it up. But I will say this much: it's very wordy.
Look, I really don't like. I don't care if they're good writing or not.
Mm-hmm.
That Jonathan Hickman shit really gets on my nerves. Like, bro, if I wanted to read prose, I'll go buy prose, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Cut that damn word count down, freaking doctorate. Jon Stewart, that never happened.
No.
What would Kitty? How did Kitty Pryde do that? That is a strong Jewish woman.
Oh man, look, let me tell you something. Let me put y'all on some game. That is a very strong Jewish woman, but that's also she's a woman who thinks she has an N-word pass for reasons that I do not understand or will never be able to quantify. But before I say anything more on the matter, I will definitely say this. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. So for those that don't know, one of my favorite stories is God Love Man Kills. But that is a story that definitely has some problems. Definitely has some problems. And definitely some things that need to be addressed. So there's a point in the story where basically Kitty encounters this mutant-hating person. And he tells her that he's like, I was talking about the Stryker Crusade and all the good it does. My folks and I are members. What's wrong with that? And she tells him, tell her the rest, creep, about how Reverend Stryker is going to save humanity from the godless hordes of mutant kind. So the guy says, well, he is. Muties are evil. They deserve whatever they get. Huh, sounds familiar, huh? You want to make something of it, mutie lover? Oof. Well, the rest of it kind of goes the way you might think. But that's not the real part. You see, she's in her feelings about being called a mutie, which is a slur for mutants, if for whatever reason you do not know. So then, here comes the part that's a little rough. So she ends up getting into a fight with the guy. And there's a character by the name of Stevie Hunter. You don't see her very much these days. But she used to be a dance instructor, used to hang out with the X-Men a lot. If you ever saw a random black woman hanging out with the X-Men that was not Storm and did not have any mutant powers, it was probably Stevie Hunter. But that said, she used to be Kitty's dance instructor. And basically she goes on to, she's basically saying, hey, you got to be more careful. With your training, you could have crippled Danny or worse. And she says he'd have done the same to me, I bet. He says, come on, let's get you inside and cleaned up. And Kitty's like, how can you all be so calm? Didn't you hear what he said? And Stevie says, they're only words, child. Facts. So then Kitty gets in her face and says, suppose he'd called me a nigger lover, Stevie. Would you be so damn tolerant then?
Because so the struggles that she has gone through for being a superpowered being is kind of comparable to slavery and everything that the enslaved Africans had to go through. It's about the same.
It's all the same. Oh, but that's not the last one. There's this instance from a later issue of Uncanny X-Men. These are all Chris Claremont, by the way. So basically,
has he ever addressed this? Has he ever been like I shouldn't have been putting those? Has he ever said anything? Or did he just pretend it doesn't happen?
Honestly, I don't know if he's ever been asked. And the time I talked to him, I never got a word in edgewise, so I didn't get to ask him. Chris Claremont
probably that's why he's like,
he's like, I can't let
a black comic nerd. I'm gonna have to make sure he doesn't say shit.
he can't say a goddamn thing. I gotta stop him. But no, basically these guys, part of a gang, they they're talking to Kitty, and Kitty's playing it cool. And he says, yeah, you attend that Charles Xavier's private school upstate. And she says, yeah, common knowledge. So what? And then things get interesting because it is thing. So Kitty goes for the nuclear option. You a mutie then, Pride? Like him? Gee, I don't know, Phil. Are you a nigger?
Why? It's not even like the pain I feel is not even about the character. I'm not like, oh, how could she say that to him? I'm imagining the letterer who didn't even write the motherfucker.
Right.
The letterer is like,
bruh.
God damn it, man.
It's like, I gotta put this in.
Like, what the fuck? Or they'll be like,
Yeah. Guess what I got
Finally.
to do at work, honey.
Finally, someone's not afraid to speak their mind.
Right? Yeah, no, her N-word pass is definitely revoked. She does not get to say that word anymore. We do not allow it. It's actually why this is something that I actually made this just as a joke. And I actually keep it on deck. That's why it's in the thumbnail. That's why I like to keep it in the thumbnail. But some of you might remember that classic Uncanny X-Men number 168 shot with Kitty, which was like, Professor Xavier is a jerk. Well, that's why I have my own version. I've got my own version of it. That's Kitty exercising her privilege.
Yeah.
That is her exercising her privilege. Yes. Kitty is cooked. She's cooked. There's no coming back. But yeah, that was a thing.
Oh,
but you know what? You know what I think is actually really awesome and amazing? Because you know what? I feel like we kind of been clowning Marvel a little bit lately. I think we can spread some of that love around. We can spread some. Actually, no. I want to talk about casual homophobia. Let's talk about casual homophobia, Robo.
Yeah, I mean that's a more modern subject anyway.
I think so. I know so actually.
Because we don't have racism anymore, so it's
God, no, not at all. No, not God, no. Racism? Duh, dude, racism was over. After we elected Obama, the racism was over. It's done. Well, I want to share something with you. You guys know how huge a fan I am. You guys know how much of a fan I am of one of my, like, I often talk about Daredevil and Black Panther being some of my favorite superheroes. So yeah, it's probably no surprise to a lot of you that one of my other another hero that I feel is like right up there, is Moon Knight. I'm a huge Moon Knight fan. Love Moon Knight. Moon Knight's fantastic. But Moon Knight has a history. A history that includes homophobia. So, Marvel Spotlight. This is Marvel Spotlight number 29. Actually, Marvel Spotlight The Moon Knight number 29. This is actually really early in Moon Knight's crime-fighting career. There's a point where he ends up encountering some random criminal. And he's trying to figure out what he's going to do. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of this stuff is casual. It's so casual that some of it might not even offend a LGBTQIA plus person. Not like on site if you don't understand the lingo as it's used back then. But there's a point where Mark Spector realizes someone's on the other side of the door. And he says, notice the words he uses to describe the guy. He says, Tinkerbell.
Mm-hmm.
He says Tinkerbell. Now, you're probably thinking, Blerd, come on, man. That's not homophobic. Well, Tinkerbell was a common, way to refer to somebody who, kind of in the same way you would call someone a sissy.
Right.
Which is basically the same thing.
Mm.
And we're not done yet. I know you're thinking, oh, okay, that was it. That's all. That's the best you got. Now I got more.
Oh,
So he goes on.
Oh, never mind. Conquered.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're thinking. You saw that. You thought I said queer lords. No,
yeah. I was like, oh wow, that's a new one.
So no. That's not quite it. But no, he's basically snatching the guy up. Basically threatening the guy's life. And basically telling him like, hey man, you gotta give up the goods. Give up the goods and you can go. Unfortunately.
I wonder what personality this is though.
Oh man, hard to say at this point.
That's the one who needs to take the blame. The other personalities are clean.
Yeah, right? But no, he says the guy tries to run away from him. He says, hold it, pansy. You ain't going nowhere. Now that's another word that used to get casually thrown around. He's asking for a friend. Can I see the folder? I mean, it's a lot of pictures. It's a lot of pictures. I might make it available. You never know. I thought about it. I've carefully curated all of these, so that might be a thing I consider. But it goes on. I think is there another one in here? Oh yeah, here it is. Here's another one. The guy gets away, and he basically says, "Oh, hey, Frenchie," basically his helicopter guy, says, "There's a pansy out front. You ought to be able to smell his perfume all the way up on the roof." Now, I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking to yourself, Blerd, this is nothing. This is a nothing burger. This is nothing burger. But I want to impress upon you that a lot of the things, the Tinkerbell, the pansies, there's a point where he talks about his style of dress. It's always, and basically also the way the guy is depicted. Like you look at this guy, like he is literally depicted as though he, in the old school comics coding of it all, you could easily make an assumption this guy is probably gay, maybe queer on some level. Like it's all very thinly veiled stuff, but that's just how casual homophobia was back then.
That's right.
You could just throw around the F slur like it was nothing, and no one would really bat an eyelash. You could call someone a sissy, a pansy, a Tinkerbell, a fairy, all kinds of stuff. Like anything that kind of like implied femininity in a male, an otherwise male individual. All of this stuff, like it was pretty, yeah. Oh yeah, the pastel colors. Thank you. Yes, it's the.
No, that's what it is. You can see his hand too.
Well, yeah. Look at how
he has a pink shirt, pastel colors, limp wrist. That's clearly supposed to be gay. And you know what's funny? They didn't not call him gay to like so that we can make fun of him. They didn't call him gay because they weren't allowed to have gay characters in there. Right.
It has nothing to do with we're trying to be slick.
Yeah.
Gay characters were not.
They would have made him overtly gay if they could have.
Actually, matter of fact, here I want to pull some back up. Look at the up here in the top right corner. You see that? See this right here? The comics code authority.
Garbage.
One of the worst things to ever happen to comics. Ever in the history of ever. So yes, it wasn't because of decency. It wasn't because, we're such good people. No, had nothing to do with that. The Comics Code Authority did not allow drug use, did not allow gay characters, did not allow really anything that. I mean, there were also other things they didn't care for. They didn't like monsters and vampires and shit for a while either, but they got over that eventually. But gay people, no. There's a reason why so many. It's also why I reappropriated the symbol, as you can see at the top. But there's a reason why. There's a reason.
I know he was talking long enough. He's like, just wait, it's coming up.
Bam, got it.
Damn, got it.
Got your ass. Yeah, got him. But no, the Comic Code Authority is trash.
Very much so.
But that also says, Tariq walks up and Ernie really keep the files. Yeah, I can do this all day. In case no one knew. I can do this all day. But I'm gonna spread some of the love over to DC because DC deserves to take a turn at the getting whipped on for a little bit. And I say that because you know who Robo, how do you feel about Superman?
I think that he is the picture of American justice, freedom, and something, and probably loves people of color.
Oh, he definitely does. He definitely does. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell you how much he loves people of color. And this one, I actually know who wrote this. I know exactly who to hang this one on. There was a comic, I believe this was DC Comics Superman Presents, #1. This was written by Jeff Johns and Jeff Loeb. So you know precisely who to blame for a fair sight of this. And actually no, I'm gonna take that back. I actually got my I actually got it backwards. It was not DC. It was not DC Comics Presents Superman #1. It was oh my god. Or no, yes it was. But no, point of the matter is Jeff Loeb is the main basically the main perpetrator here. But there was a character that was introduced. Oh my god, what was his name? I'm trying to remember his name. Muhammad X. That was his name. Thank you. Muhammad X. Some of you may know who the character is. I think his first appearance was his last appearance. Grand opening, grand closing.
Damn.
So Superman encounters, you're going to pull this up. Superman stops some robbers, and I want to make a point here. This takes place in Harlem.
Of course it does.
It takes place in Harlem. Now, the funny thing about this, yeah, suddenly, Muhammad X shows up. Says, just what is Superman doing up in Harlem? Oh, it's so good. Also,
oh no, not him.
Oh.
Don't worry, citizen. I'll protect you from the black man.
The black. He says, I heard the call on Cab Watch. We have it in Metropolis too. It's an emergency broadcast system organized by my friend Jason Diaz. He says, I know what it is. But Superman doesn't come to Harlem.
Doesn't.
He doesn't.
I thought they'd put like don't.
Right? See, they're like, we already got away with the up in here, so we can't do too much. But he says, why would you say that? Let me spell it out for you. We don't have any superpowered mad scientists, giant robots, or aliens trying to take over this neighborhood. He would have said hood, but once again, he already said up in here, so we can't go overboard with this.
Yeah.
Can't go overboard with this. This was in 2002, by the way, just FYI, I saw someone ask. Nobody like that would want to. So then he goes on. It's at this point, and here I'm going to pull this up. We learned what this man's powers are. Apparently his powers allow him to change his molecular density. Useful power. Not lightning related either. Want to point that out. Not electricity based. But yeah, see, we're moving forward. We're moving forward.
Progress.
He says, look, I'm just here to help. Do you have a problem with that? He says, sure. That's my problem. I've got kids in this neighborhood. They need someone to look up to. Keep them straight. That's great. We can use all the heroes we can get. Don't you mean all the right kind of heroes? Well, what do you mean by that? What I said. Now,
You know, so far so good, honestly.
I mean, it's not really.
Like it was rough at the start, but then it's not Steamboat.
It's not Steamboat, but
And they're right.
they're right so far, but it just
wait.
let's just wait. Just you wait. So he phases through Superman to catch up with the
Idiot.
with the guy that's trying to run away. And then this is where the conversation kicks in, where things I think get real interesting. He says, interesting. You can control your own density and mass as well as, he says, you writing an article? Have I done something that I don't know warrants your attitude? I know what you're thinking. Black. Angry. I'm not angry. I'm just living in reality. Look, let's start over. I'm Superman. Muhammad X. I took the names of my 2 heroes. Really? I know. Don't pretend to know anything about me. I took those names proudly and to honor men who have done more for the black cause than I could ever hope to. So you see where this is going. You see the writing on the wall. But I'm gonna take it a step further.
Oh, Lord.
So he goes on to say, which is, I think the commentary here might be a little thinly veiled, so I'm just gonna put it out here. Who did you take your name from? So, for those who don't know, Superman, the Ubermensch. So yeah, that's a kind of
that's good.
I'm not trying to say it's a thinly veiled, dog whistle or anything of that nature. But I'm just saying, there's a reason. Okay, when you write a comic, and this is what I've been learning as I've been reading more about how to write comics and and really reading prose, like books about how to write prose in general. Very little dialogue is ever said without a meaning. Very little dialogue is said without a meaning. And that's The fact that his retort was, who did you take your name from? And he's talking to a guy who's very clearly named Superman. Like he's trying to make a statement. Yeah, the Ubermensch, basically, this guy is he's trying to maybe point out that he's a Nazi. He's a white supremacist.
Yeah.
He don't come to Harlem. Which is not the first time Superman's been called out for ignoring the black parts of Metropolis or any other predominantly black neighborhood.
I mean, he was really upset when Lois ended up being black.
He did. He was.
He was like, I will not be caught in public with you. You need to change back right now.
He's like, I don't appreciate this. You're a black now, Lois. I can't be seen at I can't be seen at the Watchtower with you.
Oh no.
But here's the thing. Yeah, it goes on from there. So later on, Superman is having a conversation with Lois. This is where things get weird. He says, because he's distracted. He didn't notice Lois had done something with her hair, and they're having relationship.
Who wrote this?
Jeff Johns and Jeff Loeb.
Oh, okay. Both of them white. Got it.
Yeah, 2 white men. But basically, he says, he's like, Lois, do you think I'm out of touch? And Lois says, you've left a beautiful opening for you can touch me anytime. But I'll go out on a limb and guess this is about more than the S.
Women.
Women, right?
Only think about one thing, and it's disgusting.
How disgusting. But they say, in a way, look, you more than anyone know that I didn't set out to inspire folks. And she says, do your best, and if people want to see that as a role model, you're all for it. Pretty much Superman 101. Somebody out there you're not reaching. And he says, other way around. By reaching the black community, am I hurting them? And it goes on from there, but it's not done. It's not done.
And then he hands him a cup of Coke, and it's all better.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine after that. Well, she goes on to ask him more. She says, "What's this all about, Clark? You're the most colorblind person I know." Which colorblind? Oh my God! You can tell this comic was written in 2002.
Which is why I'm letting you live for the hair thing. Oh, yeah, something you said earlier. Okay,
yeah,
got it.
He didn't notice that she colored her hair.
Got it.
So basically, he says, I know, I try, but I wonder if being colorblind also makes you just blind. So, okay, now we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere, right? Superman's cooking. He's cooking now.
I'm imagining like Jeff Johns and like watching this episode and like, see?
He gets it.
Right? Okay.
This guy gets
come on. It's not so bad.
And then he says, I was up in Harlem coming back from therapy. She says, therapy is good, maybe a little sensitive after. He says, okay, wait, are we trying to slick dunk on mental health care? Or I'm just asking a question. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. He says, and I met a new hero, or at least one I'd never heard of. A little arrogant, I guess. All of these new heroes are arrogant compared to you. I think he accused me of not understanding African Americans. I don't know. He really got to me. He implied, no, more than that. He believes that blacks, first off, okay, that's where he fucked up. He said the blacks.
But realistic. You know damn well Superman says blacks.
Oh yeah, he definitely says blacks. And it's always like with a little extra like blacks.
Yeah, but it's always positive though.
It's positive.
Like, I love the blacks.
He says he believes that blacks should look up to black heroes, and by being white, I'm actually hurting them. And then she says, who is them? Sounds like you're not working for his agenda. Or his agenda? Okay, Lois. All right.
Yeah,
Lois.
Jeff Johns is like, yeah, we're going to correct this shit.
Look, all right, Lois, you were black for all of 5 minutes. Calm down.
No, she understands. 24 hours.
I'm sorry, 24 hours.
She understands the history and what it means to be a black woman.
She knows. She got the dashiki. She got the Erykah Badu head wrap. Yeah, she gets it. And she says, I don't know who this person is, but nobody has done more for this entire planet. And that means blacks, whites, yellows. Okay, first off, Lois, I need you to calm down. You can't say that. You can't say that. She's blues, greens, then you. Come on, we should be getting back. I don't want mom to worry. And then she asks, why don't you talk to Steele? I think you'll find one black man's perspective isn't necessarily the same as others. Now, that might all seem well and good to most people, but we also got to remember, Steele is Superman's black friend. So, of course, he's going to have Clark's back. Of course he is. Why wouldn't he? Mm-hmm. But the story doesn't necessarily end there. So Superman is Superman decides he's going to go ask somebody about the problem. And he instead of asking, matter of fact, okay, so when Lois brings up Steele, he actually goes and talks to Steele, but not John Henry Irons. He goes and talks to Natasha Irons. So, okay, all right, cool, whatever. And he says, hey, so if you had to pick one superhero to look up to, who would that be? And she's like, is that a trick question? He says, no. And she says, Steele, of course, even when he's acting all weird and undead-like. And then he says, well, what about you, Courtney? Talking to Stargirl. And she says, besides me? And me? No, if that's your answer. No, I mean, I don't get all swell-headed, but you. And he says, have you ever heard of Muhammad X? And Steele says, have you ever heard of Batman? X is very cool. He does the job right. And then, Stargirl's like, agreed. And she says, and she goes to say Rush and Silence, Stone Yard, and that new one in the LA Underground. And basically what she's doing, she's naming off superheroes, and presumably black superheroes. So this is
Superman's so colorblind. He doesn't even know who the black superheroes are.
He doesn't even know who they are. He's like, huh?
What?
He's like, wait a minute. He's like, what? Huh? What are you talking about? So
you heard of Batman? Oh yeah, him I know. Yeah.
So here's the thing. So then he goes on a journey of self-discovery. He ends up going back to the Watchtower, talks to John Jones, a Martian who often likes to be black. Yeah. And basically he's like, and this is actually where things get, I would dare say, I don't know. This part is where things, I think, actually kind of go from being, like, there's a lot of problematic shit here, a lot of, weird things that get said, don't get me wrong, 100%, 110 million %. There's a lot of weird shit that comes up here. However, I will say, for as weird as it is, things do get better. Because as they're looking over things, he goes on to say, I recognize some of the names. Black Lightning, Mr. Terrific. It's hard to keep track sometimes. That's not what bothered me. And then, John Jones goes on to say, look, Clark, it's only natural that someone Natasha's age would respond to someone she sees as more like herself. Basically implying, what Muhammad X said earlier was not entirely, off the mark about, black people should have black heroes to look up to, even if it was a little ham-fisted. And then he goes on here. I want to go here to this one. He said, then you agree with Muhammad X. And he says, not exactly, but Natasha, a black girl, looks up to black heroes, or black superheroes. And the Star-Spangled Kid, a white girl, looks up to, well, me. And he says, well, as she should. Not because you're white, but because of your deeds and legacy. Heroes, by definition, are heroes. John, why don't we have more black members in the JLA? Look, okay, I just want to say this real quick. We know why. We know why.
We know damn well.
we know why.
It's because of Batman.
Because of Batman. Batman said no. So speaking as a green man, I don't think it has anything to do with color. And no, it has to do with sales. We've had plenty of members from all parts of the world and the universe. We've offered membership to Black Lightning a half dozen times. Some have other goals, other lives. Some heroes don't want to work in groups. But I'd like to think that if someone, anyone who was qualified, he, she, or it would be nominated.
So check this out. Here's what's funny about that. These are reasons the writer made up and put in the bubble.
Yes,
like,
100%.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Black Lightning, we keep begging him to come in and he wants to work alone. What do you expect? Like, but that's not why there's no black heroes in real life, though. Like, no. I think you really need to answer that question.
Like it's like, no. This is the reason why you don't want them.
Right.
Like this is this is your way to try and like get her to dance around it. But let's be real. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, we all know what Superman and Batman and Martian Manhunter are really thinking. And what I mean by Superman, Batman, and Martian Manhunter, I mean Jeff Johns and Jeff Lowe.
Right.
Too many niggas.
We know what they're thinking. We know what they're thinking.
There we go, Xylism.
Got him. So then he goes on to say, this man's words bother you so much, not because you don't care, but because you do care so deeply about doing the right thing. Now, that part I think is okay.
That's right.
That part
Don't
I think
sleep on Phoenix Jones.
Phoenix Jones. But no, I mean, this part that Martian Manhunter is spitting, I think is actually, this part of the conversation, I think is actually okay. I think this part of the conversation is okay. Because yes, if someone says something to you that bothers you that deeply, yes, it's probably because you do care. Like, I'll be honest with you. When people don't care, if you say something to them that, would otherwise offend most normal people, and they just don't have a response, a reaction, or don't seem to be bothered, yeah, that means they don't care. But when a person, responds with like, oh shit, like, dude, I'm in my feelings right now, it's probably because they care, whether they realize it or not. So this part of the conversation, fine. That earlier shit, that was bullshit.
I'm gonna pop that bubble real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna pop that charity you're giving to Jeff Johns.
Oh man. Oh, wait a minute. Go ahead.
No, here's the damn deal. You know what I saw from the very beginning?
Ooh,
from the moment he was talking to Lois Lane?
Ooh,
he was looking for validation. And every single one of those motherfuckers were coddling his ass and validation. He never once had to come to terms with the fact that he did not know who these other black heroes were. He never once came to terms with the fact that Justice League didn't have any black members or more black members. And at the end, fucking Martian Manhunter does the one of the good ones move and goes, "No, you're great. Don't be sad." And Superman's like, I knew it. I'm like, I guess I don't have any group. Yeah. Thanks, guys. You really helped.
Well, it's funny. So here's where we get to where things get kind of strange. Not that they haven't been already. So Superman goes and reaches out to Muhammad X. He goes out and he finds
We're not done.
No, we're not done. Not by a damn sight. Says, what do you want? I came to talk. Then it'll be a short conversation because we don't have anything to talk about. And he tries to fly through him, and Superman gets back in front of him and says, I thought a lot about what you said to me the other day. I gave you the respect of listening to you. The least you could do is give me the respect of listening to me now. If it gets you on your way, go ahead. So then Superman has his piece. And he says here, let's zoom in a little bit. I'm an alien. I wasn't born here on Earth. I grew up here. But that doesn't change the fact that to many people, I'm a strange visitor from another planet who just happens to be, his response, who just happens to be a blue-eyed, white-skinned man. He says, that's right. I happen to be that. And I can't change the color of my skin any more than you can change yours. That's a lie. That's a lie. The lie.
It's a whole ass machine.
Yeah, I'm about to say, the lie detector tests have determined that.
Well, we know damn well that he destroyed that shit after Lois Lane was turned back. He's like, that was disgusting.
He's like,
I will never see that happen again.
He said, I can never let you use this machine. I can never let you use this machine.
Hell no.
He said, I remember what happened the last time this machine got used. He's like, no, but no, I digress. What I can do, what I try to do, is something far more difficult. He says, what's that? To be a human being. And hopefully, someday, we'll see each other only in that way. Now,
well, you're not a human being, first of all. And second of all, that is some all lives matter shit.
That is like all lives matter. That is all lives. He literally just did. He's like, well, actually, all lives matter. Get the fuck out of here, Superman. Get the fuck out of here. You know what? Superman.
Which only fucking cements my point.
Yes.
This motherfucker didn't learn anything. No, he was coddled the whole way through. Don't you worry about it.
He was handling.
He's like, and then I thought we were done. So I was like, yeah, thanks, guys. And literally did that. Like, thanks, guys. Actually, I do care, and I'm colorblind. And by the way, he did that fucking whole ass like white Hispanic dude thing. Like, actually, looking like a whole ass Norwegian, just happens to have the last name Gomez. Actually, I'm Hispanic too. So I see. Shut the fuck up, you white motherfucker. That's what this dude just did. That's what this dude did, right?
He really did. He really did. And as he leaves, I do appreciate that. At least Muhammad X gets to say this because Superman heard it because he has super hearing. But he's like, yeah, well, I guess that's how you sleep at night. And
good. Okay.
I'll give. It's one of those things. It's an example of white people trying to write a story about racism that honestly does not speak to black readers, even though it kind of feels like that's what they're doing. But I feel like what they're doing is they're really trying to speak more to white readers, but they're doing it in such a ham-fisted way that the white people who read this aren't going to get the message that they're trying to get, because the message is so all over the place and not good. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, no, this was not the move. This was not the move.
No, because I don't know. I'll be dead ass. I have no idea how Jeff Johns, what they meant with that last bubble, because we're like, good. Superman heard that shit. And then you're like, okay.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But you know what a way that could be read? I'm like, see, Muhammad still didn't get it. That's sad.
Yeah,
this is why this perpetuates racism right here.
Oh no,
Muhammad is perpetuating racism.
Because it's like, is it see? Superman's not the problem. The black man's the problem. He tried.
That's right.
He tried.
The blacks. Sorry, the blacks.
It's the blacks. It's the blacks' fault. It's their fault. But you know what? I'm not surprised that Superman acts this way, because you know what? Superman might think he's colorblind, but I know that that's not the case, because Superman has some skeletons in his closet, as do many Japanese hating DC Comics characters like Superman.
Yeah.
Superman has a history, y'all, and that's what to point this out. Superman says you can slap a Jap.
Look at me. I was born in 1980. and I had no idea.
Oh man.
That Jap slap was a thing that was bad until I was a teenager.
Oh yeah.
I tell you, my dad used to like, man, I tell you what, he came up to my bed, Jap slapped that bitch. I'm like,
excuse you?
Jap slap.
It's like Jap. Like,
oh,
wait, what?
My God.
By
the way, fun fact. Fact. Long time no see.
Oh, what happened?
Was a phrase that made fun of Chinese immigrants. Long time no see.
Oh.
And you were making fun of the way they talked, and then it became just a regular and now you know.
It's kind of like, it's like how we used to use Indian giver. Back as kids.
Sitting Indian style. Oh yeah, Indian style was like whatever, because you just whatever. But Indian giver, that was the
one. Like I remember, I used to hear people say that all. It was typically white kids that would say it, but like I heard some black kids say it as well, just because it was a common phrase. You'd be like, if you gave somebody something and you asked for it back, they'd call you an Indian giver.
Yeah, don't mean Indian giver.
Yeah.
How about Indian burns?
Oh, yeah.
Because it made your skin red.
Yep. Bruh. Oh my God. Real quick, I do want to address these right quick. We got some super chats here from Wraith X7. Says Falcon being retconned as a criminal / street hustler / pimp needs to be included on this list. That retcon was a straight up racial stereotype. No, you're 100% right, because and that's the thing too that's kind of weird about Falcon and his and its history, because when you go back and look at it, there was really
African booty scratcher. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. African booty scratcher. I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Wow. Yeah. That is a throwback.
Dude, that was one. I do
that's an elementary school insult.
Oh no, 100%.
You're an African booty scratcher. Yeah.
Yup. Oh no, I 100% like that. That is something I will never forget for as long as I live. But no, yeah, Falcon being retconned, that is definitely something, because honestly, it was an unnecessary story arc that it really served nothing. Like, what was it was like, why did he have to have a criminal past? Why was it that he had to, be a ne'er-do-well, so to speak, before becoming a hero. Also, we got one here, Alan Moore's Miracle Man should be included in this list, because in one issue, he had a dying black villain refer to himself by the N-word. Actually, you know what? And it's probably because I
RDR? RDR? That's when I have to like, that's, to me, that shit matters.
Oh no. Trust me. It
Let's
does.
see.
It most
Miracle
certainly
Man.
does. Oh yeah, the Me Chinese thing. Yep, I remember that. I remember that one too. I remember that one. That was terrible.
You want to know something? You want to know something embarrassing?
Was that?
Yeah, I'm always like I'm always like saying jokes. Like just like I tell jokes. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm talking to this girl. She is Indian.
Mhm.
And you notice you said and nothing else because we know what Indians are today.
Right.
But it was a learning moment for me. And I said, oh, okay. So you like dot Indian or feather Indian? And she looked at me and she's like, and I'm not going to even say, I was like 29, 30.
Yeah.
Again, thinking I'm being funny. And she's like, that's they're indigenous people and there's only Indians. But I am from the country India, if that's what you're asking. I was like,
Bruh.
oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that would have fucked me up because
Yeah.
I remember actually, and I'm gonna cop to some shit. I remember because of Family Guy, because they make that joke on Family Guy, and I remember repeating it once.
Yeah.
And getting my ass cheeks torn all the way inside out as a result of it, and that broke me of that shit like real big. But like, damn. Nah, dude, it's weird how shit used to be so normal that you would see it and just be like,
it's just language. It's just it's just.
Duh.
But it definitely informs your thinking. You know, like the people who are like, well, I didn't mean gay like that, but it colors your thinking.
Yeah,
it's
like earlier when I was talking about the casual homophobic language. It used to be common to call people sissies back in the day. Like you didn't, no one thought anything of it. It was like, oh yeah, no, yeah, you call people sissies all the time. Like it's like, don't be a sissy, or whatever. Or don't be such a girl. Like like just using anti
because that was
women language.
Correct. Yes.
It's
because being feminine is bad. Yep.
Oh yeah, turning Japanese. That's another one. Oh my god, that's. Oh yeah, the creation of the creation and introduction of the ultimate black hole Tyrone Cash to be at the top of the list. Well, I would say that, but I mean, to be fair, I've seen worse. I've seen worse things. Should be noted, Jeff Johns is half Lebanese and was/is married to a black woman. Loeb is Jewish. Well, okay, so it's funny you mentioned that because I actually remember talking to David F. Walker about this, and David F. Walker even going as far as to say that Jeff Johns used the argument that like he used to be married to a black woman to excuse himself of being referred to as a racist. So, I mean, yeah, that tracks. All of that information tracks. Also, shout out to Gearless Mo with the 1999 super chat. Says, honestly, thank you. I needed this. Open conversation, some learning of new things I had no idea about, and honest responses from the chat. Thank you. NOC number 49 of Infinity. Hey.
Gearless Mo's like, I didn't put my hands together and bow like that. Don't do that. Don't do it for me.
He's like, what's that all about? he's like, well, he hit me with the, he's like, we don't do that to you. We don't do that to you.
Hey.
Well, I do want to get back to the what we used to refer to as yellow fear back in the day, because
not to be confused with yellow fever.
Not to be confused with yellow fever. Not by a damn sight. I want to go back to this because we have the Superman says you can slap a Jap, but it gets worse than that. Superman was not the only one. Wonder Woman, also guilty. Come along, little yellow doggy.
Look at that dude. That is an ugly motherfucker right there.
Dude, bruh. What do you say?
He looks like that dude. What's the crab from Futurama?
Oh, Zoidberg. Yeah,
that motherfucker look like Zoidberg.
Bruh. They dragged Wonder Woman into this bullshit.
Wow.
Oh, we're not done yet. Here's another one here. Yeah. Aquaman flying or swimming along, I guess. I'm not really sure what he's doing. He slipped. Yeah, he's going through the undersea passage. Says that passage is just as wide and deep enough for those subs. Slick customers, these Japs.
Ooh,
that hurt. That one hurt a little bit. We got more. We're not done yet. A subterranean lake. Wow.
By the way, these are when comics were good.
Yeah, these are back when comics were good. They weren't woke.
Yeah, and our country was great.
Our country was great. There was no wokeness. There was no DEI. There was no CRT. There was no SJW. It was everything was perfect. And there were no blackies in our comics. Anyway, unless they were Steamboat, because we were making fun of him. But he says, yeah, subterranean lake. Wow, this whole island must be hardly more than a rock shell. It must connect with a passage out to sea on the Jap side of the island. The Jap side. Jap side. Okay, all right, I guess. Here, I got another one here.
You're enjoying saying that way too much.
I just have to point it out. I just feel like I have to point this out because this is insane to me. He says, never mind how I got in here. And I'm here to stay. He makes himself right at home. When polite people meet, they bow. That's right. Basically, because he's beating up Japanese people, making fun of, Japanese people, they bow. Oh, they bow.
How did white man get in here?
Yeah, right? How did white man get Oh, my God.
Never mind, I'm here to stay. He makes himself right at home, some home. Who's that? Is the Talking Bubbles? That's the...
Oh, I forget the guy's name. I honestly forget his name. But
this is the Atom, but that second Talking Bubble is coming out of one of the soldiers' mouths. I was like,
down deeper, like you can kind of see like right around in here. There's another soldier.
No,
I'm
talking about the lower left panel that you haven't got to yet. That's me reading ahead. Sorry.
Oh, right. Yeah, this part doesn't.
He makes himself right at home, some home. I don't even get it. This is bad writing.
That part's dumb.
They're like, look, we're just here to be racist, all right? We don't have to.
That's all it is. But I just want to point, like, even just in the narration, oncoming Jap, like just the way they used to throw that word around, and then just down here, basically, making fun of culture, to make a point, and then carrying on, Thunderbolt. John was it Johnny Thunder? Those who some of you may remember.
No.
He would basically be the guy that would use the pen to get Thunderbolt to grant all his wishes. He was on the Justice Society. Some of you may be more familiar with the more recent iteration of Joaquin Thunder. He's basically a legacy of this character. But basically, this guy's literally, like, once again, using a slur to refer to Japanese people. We're not done yet. We got here.
Wait, did he lead that motherfucker to die?
Where?
So there's people behind him with knives. Say, you Thunderbolt, go out and get those Japs. Never mind me, I'll die a martyr. And Thunderbolt's like, say less.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But no, he doesn't die. He does live. He carries on. But he ended up later becoming Thunderbolt later down the stretch. But anyway, we got here the Spectre calling Japanese people yellow punks. That's right, y'all. The Spectre, one of the most powerful beings in the DC Comics universe, calling people slurs. We also got here Dr. Fate. He's not immune. He's not immune to any of this. Also, the depiction of indigenous people here, very problematic.
As usual.
Yeah, but right here, he's once again using a slur to refer to Japanese people, also using the word Indians to refer to Native Americans, but once again, it was a different time, so do with that information what you will. We've also got here the Atom once again, calling this guy a Yankee Jap.
Can I just say that fucking costume design is dumb as fuck?
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
That's so stupid.
But once again, just like I said, they used to throw the word around casually, and right here's another one. Calling him a yellow rat. Yeah, because that's not problematic at all.
So let's administer a little anesthetic.
Let me knock you the fuck out is basically what that is. We got another one here. Hey, Hawkman's getting in on the fun, y'all. Hawkman's getting in on it, y'all. Y'all didn't know? He's saying yellow rats too. I think I got another one here too. Adam, I think is this Adam? Yeah, Starman. Starman's getting on it. Calls him. Look at this. He's you're a sap, Mr. Jap. Like, dude, what's going on here, man?
Do we have anything today? Like, I know that they talk about comics going woke, but we also know that there's a lot of work to get done. Is there anything today that does shit like this, like in a 2024 version? You know what I mean?
Nothing currently.
Because even when we were at war,
in
Iraq and Afghanistan, there'd be all those pro-military kind of specials, but it's not like they were like drawing Arabs in this like sort of like cartoonishly evil sort of way. It was just you know, they dressed them up like Al Qaeda and then, you know, whatever. But it's like you don't really see a lot of stuff like that anymore.
No, you don't.
Which is why they suck now.
Yeah, this
right?
You're 100% right. You're 100% right. Also, I would like to point out, you know, while we're you know, I just really don't like how I just don't like how woke these comics have become.
That's right.
I don't appreciate it because you know what I think. I think that you know, there's way too much DEI. There's way too much DEI, and I wish we could go back to the good old days of comics, like I don't know, the Judas Contract. That's an amazing comic, right? That's an amazing comic. You all should remember. Some of you may not know what I'm talking about. Yeah, some of us old heads remember. Judas Contract.
Oh, Miles Morales Thor. There it is.
Oh,
there it is.
Yes,
by Odin's Fade.
By Odin's
That's
Fade.
a good one.
Yes, that is actually one. That is actually one. Well, and you know what? You know, technically, the more I think about it, yeah, nah. That might be the most recent example, I think.
So that's why I said specifically a 20, like, you know, 2024, 2023, whatever it was, version of it, because this sort of overt shit, you know, the Overton window has moved in a way that you cannot get away with that at all. So what would this look like, knowing that racism is not dead? What would this look like in our time? And by Odin's Fate is it? That's a good one.
Yeah, no, that's actually like, honestly, by Odin's Fade, probably the best example.
Yeah.
I would actually, no, I would dare say, yeah, that's the best example. You're not really going to find too many others that are more, and I think what made that one even more strange is that if I remember correctly, for whatever reason, it wasn't even a black person who did. It was like, I think it was like, I want to say it was an Asian person that put that together. If I had to hazard
that's
a
right.
guess.
That's right. Yeah. I remember it was something like that because for some fucking reason, somebody, it might have even been Hispanic, but for some reason they were bringing that up as if that made it different. Like, what?
Yeah, it was
only thing that makes it different is if the dude was black.
Right.
And then we would just call him corny. But if he's not black, there's something fucking else going on there.
Yeah, it made no sense. It made no sense. I was like, why is a non-black person writing this? I have the question. But you know, that is what it is at that point. But what I will say is to go back to the titans of it all. You know, Tara was introduced to the team. And yeah, it seemed like, okay, new character. All right. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. We're cooking. All right. Yeah, we're cooking with gas. Let's go. Well, as it turns out, now, you know, this is no secret. I'm not going to bury the lead here on this one, but one of the things that you probably need to know about that whole storyline is that the big reveal, the whole big reveal here was that Tara was not actually joining the Teen Titans because she wanted to be a member. She was spying on them for Deathstroke.
Mm.
And while that's not problematic on any level, what is problematic is there's a point where you get to, I think it's New Teen Titans number 39. This is like 1984. This is where things get a little weird because we are introduced to a Tara that is, and I want to make something very clear here. By the time this comic takes place, Tara is very much a teenager. She is not of legal age. I just want to make this incredibly clear. I want to make this incredibly clear, just in case anyone wonders. But and actually, I want to make sure that I'm absolutely I want to make sure I'm absolutely clear here. So and I also want to make another point here too. This relationship has been retconned, but at the time that this story arc took place, Tara was only 16 years old. So I just want y'all to remember that as I show you these images. So we see her walking around hanging out with Deathstroke while he's out of costume. And she's walking around in a little skimpy bathrobe, basically kind of letting you know what's really going on here. They're depicting her with like way more makeup on. She's smoking cigarettes. They're basically trying to make her look like she's an older person than what she really is. But there's definitely something there. The whole idea that like, just really the idea that they had her as a 16-year-old girl, throwing her lot in with a guy who was already middle-aged by that point. And once again, they have retconned this in some fashion. But back then, it was like, yeah, this dude's clearly like in his 40s, maybe.
Did they make her an adult at least or something?
I think they just changed the nature of the relationship.
Oh, okay. Got it.
But as it goes on, basically, the whole time she's trying to get his attention. Like, yeah, she's acting like a supervillain when she's around him, and she's trying to like smoke so it makes her look more like an adult. But the reality of the situation is she's trying to goad him into, basically, they kind of make it seem as though she's trying to get him to have sex with her. And I want to point out, this is a comic that was aimed at teenagers and kids. So, just to, that one is, pretty easy to just, throw out there just because, it is what it is.
People were not well.
No,
people were not well. This whole, every time you learn about what was really going down, what sitcoms and TV wasn't really allowed to show you because we were children. Adults, people who were adults in the 80s and the 70s, you're not okay. You're not okay.
No.
Yeah. The songs that became hits and shit. Okay, well, we did have R. Kelly, so I guess we can calm down there. But but god damn,
this is like it's just wild to me that they were like just throwing around like, oh yeah, a teenage girl having basically a statutory rape situation going on with like Deathstroke should be brought up on charges. Like I'm sorry, Deathstroke the Terminator should be brought up on charges. I'm sorry.
Right.
He's a fan. Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be out of pocket here, but I think it's safe to say Deathstroke has a favorite chord, and it's A minor. Hit that little mustard jam, y'all. Hit the mustard jam. I'm just saying. But yeah, I think it's safe to say we all should probably be putting Slade on somebody's federal watch list. Just putting that out there. Slade and Hal Jordan, yes, you are correct. Both of them. But I do want to go somewhere like I find colorism interesting in comics.
That's a topic that a lot of people don't. My wife wrote her dissertation on colorism, so she's that's something we do not think about
like at all.
nearly enough. Yeah, yeah.
Well, you know who really thinks about it? I'll tell you who. I'll tell you who. By God. By Odin's Fade. By Odin's Fade.
I'm gonna start saying that.
I mean, and you know what? Unironically too. I'm gonna say it
That's right.
unironically. You know why? I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back.
That's right. Repurposed. Reclaim.
So, what was this? This was Uncanny X-Men number 269. Who was writing back then? Oh, it was still Claremont. We're still in Claremont territory, so yeah, hey, don't blame me. So Chris Claremont wrote an issue, I believe it was Uncanny X-Men 269. This is one where Rogue is fighting the inner turmoil against the essence of Miss Marvel in her mind's eye, whatever the fuck. That was the thing they adapted in the old X-Men animated series. But there's something that happens in this issue that I found very egregious. I know some of y'all are familiar with the character Gateway, a mutant whose power is to teleport open portals to other places and destinations. Doesn't really talk very often, if ever. And in this issue, Rogue, we got an interracial kiss. Interracial kiss. That's not the problem. Rogue kisses Gateway. Now, I want to make it very clear here.
Mm-hmm.
She could have just simply touched the dude.
Right. Yeah.
She could have just touched the dude. But no, she's like, no, I got to get my smooch on. I got to sexually assault Gateway here to get the powers.
Gateway, he's an Aboriginal brother, right?
Yeah, Aboriginal brother.
Yeah.
Now, this is the weird thing. So Rogue is a white woman. Woman. So I have a question. I get it. I know sometimes when, Rogue has touched characters like Mystique, she her skin turns blue. I guess because the blue skin is a byproduct of Mystique's power. So of course it would make sense that she touches a blue person because they're mutant, they're blue. Maybe she would turn blue too. It stands to reason. A lot of the things that make a character here. I'll bring this up. This is one of Rogue's more famous ones where she touched a bunch of different people. She touched she touched Psylocke and got this little eye thing. She's got Colossus' skin, Angel's wings. She's got Wolverine's bone claws. I mean, yeah, it all makes sense, right? On some level. However, she kissed an Aboriginal brother. And you notice her skin starts turning brown. Not only does it start turning brown,
damn,
she goes full on black. She goes full on black.
What are you talking about? She's Australian now, that's all.
I guess. I mean, I guess. I'm not gonna lie. Ironically, I remember when there was all those racist people were getting angry about the prospect of Kiki Palmer playing Rogue in the MCU because she was talking about it.
There's your precedence.
That's the funny thing. I actually back when I was still on Twitter, I actually responded to her post, tagged her, quote tweeted her as well. And had this image up, and I said, "See, there's precedent."
Yeah.
Black Rogue confirmed for the MCU, and you know what they're gonna say?
Too many niggas.
So you know what they'll do? They'll be like, "Okay, well, y'all can have Rogue, but now Storm has to be white." I'll be like, "No, y'all can keep Rogue. Y'all can keep her. Y'all can keep her." Rogue just got blacked. Now I can suddenly hear the
black
Pornhub. I can already hear it. And that's the thing. It's crazy because it wasn't just for one panel. She kept the dark skin for about at least a few pages. Lisa, or about no, I think actually grand total, I think it was like a couple of pages she kept it. But yeah, that is just absolutely wild to me. Let's see what we got here.
So Kyle Rayner was raped?
Okay, so it's funny you bring this up because I actually did have something that I was going to bring up. There's actually a couple of these instances, actually. So yeah,
do you have the Talia one?
Which one?
The Talia and Batman one?
There's that one as well, but I wanted to touch on someone a little closer to home.
Okay.
But I will say, I want to touch on this one you just brought up to me because I do think it's important. This right here, Kyle Rayner, basically talking about, someone slipping him a Mickey.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and going bueno over and over and over. Bueno.
Yeah.
Somebody said it was the other dude, Hitman, that did it, but I don't see the connection. Like, it sounds like he was raped by somebody who spoke Spanish.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't have any, because I'll be totally honest with you, I didn't really rock with Kyle Rayner like that back in the day. However, it's funny you bring that up. There is a character I did want to discuss who was sexually assaulted in a very what I honestly feel is a terribly uncomfortable way, and it's honestly something I almost shudder to show it just because I don't want to I just got out of the I just got out of
if you send it to me, I'll censor it real fast while you talk about it.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll send it to you, but I'll see if I'll get your opinion on whether you think it's okay. It's actually it's one of those things like it's silhouetted, so like it's one of those things like you can't even see anything, but like still it's one of those things, it's incredibly suggestive. Like not even suggestive, I mean you know what's going on. But
yeah, I mean I don't know if this would get flagged or not.
I tell you what, we'll show this one because honestly this is the egregious part. Okay. This is the actual egregious part. For those who know what I'm for those who do not know, for whatever reason, if you weren't reading, when was this? This was Nightwing. Man, God, what year? What year did this Nightwing come out? July of 2004. This is man, back when Devin Grayson was writing the book. Back then. And some wild shit was going on. Some wild shit was going on. This is actually considered one of the most controversial DC comics of all time because it actually depicts Nightwing being sexually assaulted by Tarantula. So yeah, it's pretty rough. It's pretty fucking rough. Here, let me close these out. So basically what I'm gonna show this. I'm not gonna show the spicier shot, even though technically it's silhouetted. I don't want to take the chance. But basically, Tarantula drugs him. He's awake just enough to be aware of what is going on. And she mounts him and then proceeds to force him to have sex with her. So yeah, that was the thing that happened. Not only that, but like, and I don't really want to go through all of the finer details of it. But basically, while all this is going on, while this is happening or whatever. Here, let me see what you got here. I got you. You know what? I'll tell you. You know what? That actually works. That works. Here, we'll do that. Here, we're gonna. There we go. Okay.
I didn't want to take too long making it fancy. I'm just gonna throw shape on there real quick.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I'll take that. That it's better than the other thing, but but yeah, this is basically what happens, and yeah, it's pretty wild. Literally, took him on the rooftop in the rain. He could not fight back. He could not do anything about it. And yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing that happened. And yeah. Yeah. She basically. Yeah.
And what did it end up like? Did she like? What was it for? Was she trying to get pregnant or?
I think she just wanted it.
Damn.
But yeah, she basically
Is Bruce Wayne that sent you?
Oh, wait. Is this wait.
That's Bruce and Talia right there.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, that is definitely a thing that happened. So here I'm gonna take this part of it right here because there we go, right there. So yeah, I want to just right quick, this is the other one. Like there is an epidemic of sexual assault in the
Bat family.
In the Bat family, or I would even say the DC Comics universe in general. I'm not a huge fan. Of it. Not a huge fan of it. It's a little. And what Elite just kind of said is kind of my point.
Just like the teachers thing.
Yeah, it's like, well, she's hot, so it's supposed to be okay. It's supposed to be okay because, and that's what I've always hated about when people use that narrative. Because because Elite's right. He said, it's people like to use as an argument, but at the end of the day, it's still what it is on the tin. And yes, you are correct, Xylism. Oliver Queen was also SA'd as well. It was there's like I said, there's an epidemic of it. And like I said, this right here, Batman and Talia, once again, he has no memory of the proceedings. He just woke, which this is what it is.
Can I just say though, you woke up butt ass naked, titties all on you. Like, wouldn't you be upset earlier? Like,
and you didn't know?
Yeah, like if this, he's right to be upset.
Yes, he is very right.
But he's like, oh, what's up? Yeah, get them titties over here.
Oh yeah,
we did what?
Right? And here's the thing, and this is the reason why a lot of people are, and rightfully so, concerned about the upcoming seasons of Invincible.
Oh, right. Right.
There's a sexual assault that takes place in that story with a character who is already shown up.
Yeah.
So I mean, just because it hasn't happened yet on the show, I'm not going to really go into it, but maybe I will in a future video or something like that. But yeah, don't
talk about the show. Just talk about the comic book that people should have already read. No, play.
Yeah. It's like I guess. Welcome. But no, there's a reason why people are kind of up in arms. Now, we've talked about a lot of like what I feel are pretty egregious things. I think.
Absolutely.
And we also talked about a little bit of color, people, I'm not gonna relitigate the Punisher one because we talked about it last week. But I do have another.
Oh, being black, yeah.
Yeah, I do have another one though, and I mean, I'm gonna tell y'all what. I say this as someone who's a huge fan of Emma Frost. I actually like her as a character, but I'm gonna tell you something. There's a reason I did not like her when I was a kid. There's an issue of the Uncanny X-Men number 151, Chris Claremont, where Kitty leaves the X-Men. She's going to study under Emma Frost, is basically the long and short of it. And when Storm drops her off at the academy, something happens. Emma Frost she reveals herself, and the next thing we know, the next time that we see Storm, she's let her hair down, and she's just letting all her power loose. But there's a problem. It's not Storm. Look at the cloak that she's draping over herself. That is Emma Frost. Emma Frost pulled a Get Out on Storm. Yes.
I was like, what's like? Why does she look like her? Okay, God, I forgot she has some brain powers.
She body swapped her because this is Storm right here.
Yeah,
this is Storm right here. Now, what's crazy about this? What's really crazy about this is how Sebastian Shaw responds to it. Oh, it's so good. 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 So basically, Sebastian Shaw, he's masterminding this whole thing. Basically, he's the one that basically put Emma up to do this stuff. And we discover that basically she's going to use this opportunity to masquerade as Emma Frost masquerading as Storm. She's going to use it to get close to the X-Men and take advantage of the situation, and ultimately, I guess just try to destroy the X-Men from the inside. That's basically the whole plan here. That's basically the whole plan. But unbeknownst to her, as I showed you earlier, Storm wakes up, discovers herself in the body of Emma Frost, and and she ends up because Storm used to be a thief, so she keeps lockpicks and stuff, and she can use anything to lockpick, even though technically she's in a different woman's body. She still has those talents. She's able to get free. But what ends up happening? She ends up running into Kitty Pryde, which is is a very interesting person to run into, considering the things we have recently talked about. But Kitty used to look up to Storm, so that makes this whole thing heartbreaking, because here, I'm gonna pull this up. Basically, Kitty is terrified of the prospect that she is in the car with Emma Frost, and what that could potentially mean. She knows that Emma Frost is dangerous, but she doesn't realize that it's Storm. But eventually, Storm puts her on game. Now, what's interesting about this time frame, while they have swapped bodies, Storm does not have her powers. She has Emma Frost powers because she's in Emma's body. So that's why Emma has Storm's powers. But here's the funny thing, and this kind of says a lot about Sebastian Shaw as a character. So remember how we talked about how Superman responded to Lois Lane turning black?
Right.
Well, Sebastian Shaw...
Does he know what's up?
He knows what's up.
Yeah.
He says, Emma is worried because, to her understanding, she thinks that she ran Storm in Emma Frost's body off a cliff. She thinks the Storm is dead, meaning that Emma is stuck in Storm's body. That's why she say here, my body is gone, Sebastian. I'm trapped.
It's like that What's Inside movie.
Yeah. She's like, I'm trapped in this. It's like, it's Get Out, What's Inside, and Freaky Friday all in one. Well, then Sebastian says, not so, Emma. You use that persona exchange gun to switch your consciousness with Storm's so that you could then infiltrate the X-Men and destroy them from within. The device functioned perfectly. If you wish, the process could be repeated with someone else. True, you're a telepath no longer, but you still possess beauty, youth, the power of a goddess. If you ask me, I think Aurora would make an exquisite white queen.
You ain't wrong.
I mean, you ain't wrong. Look, hear me out. Hear me out. hear me out. Look,
don't get mad at me, but
look.
He's out of line, but he's
I'm just saying.
damn.
Look, I know. Look here. Wait. Do I have my? Oh, here. Wait. Let me. Look. I have some apology music here. Look. I would like to apologize to all the people who I have hurt with my comments. And that's not me. That's not who I am as a person. And I just hope that you all can forgive me and allow me the opportunity to be a better person, to prove through actions, not just words, that I'm striving to be better. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I just want to say that while I apologize, it's not entirely my fault that Chris Claremont put this idea out here, because if anything, you should be mad at him. But I'm still going to apologize because it's the human thing to do. Thank you for your time, your patience, and your understanding.
You were doing apology, but I heard like just 10 cents a day.
Yeah, just 10
feed.
You too can feed an African booty scratcher. Oh my God.
Damn.
Sorry. I apologize. But no, blame Anthony. Wait a minute.
But he's right.
I'm just saying. But I mean, if you want proof that I am correct, I will definitely say, man, white does look good on Storm. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, y'all. I'm sorry, although I apologize. Danger. Also, real quick, I do want to go back just a moment, just because we do got some super chats I want to take a look at real quick. We got one here from the Head Ninja. Also a 1999 super chat says, and for our next episode, we cover all the racism found in G1 Transformers. Oh my God, I'm scared to look. I'm actually incredibly scared to look, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of it just because of the timing of it. But
let's do racism in anime next time.
Racism. Oh my, I have some. I definitely got some. Is it not good enough? I gotta get the ukulele out apparently. Let me see. Where's I think actually Cersei has a ukulele. I have to like get it from her. Dude, I said, cancel him. You're done. That's it. It's over. It's a wrap. B. It's a wrap. Thank you for that $2 super chat, dog. We appreciate you. But yeah, I mean, Storm does get her she does get her body swapped back. Because she basically winds up in the moment that I had just shown. She's able to summon the power of the White Queen, because while Emma Frost, who is a telepath by trade, She was able to kind of, I guess you can make an argument that because she's a telepath, she can kind of figure out she can kind of see inside the mind of Storm and get a good idea of how to use her powers. Where where Storm is not a telepath, so and not to mention she was more shaken by the scenario, so it took her a bit longer to summon the power of Emma Frost. But once she does, she's actually able to use Emma's powers to transfer their minds back. Between each other, and that's kind of why when you get to this shot, that's why
Yar
or some shit. But it's crazy. It's crazy how that works out. Crazy how this works out.
By the way,
What you got?
while you were doing that, my ADHD had to be. I read Invincible 110.
Oh, the issue in question.
That's fucked.
Yes, it is.
That is not anywhere how I thought they would do it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because I was imagining some off camera shit type stuff. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Man.
They actually do it.
That is fucked.
And the thing is, like, they are the whole time that is going on. It's a different scenario. It's actually a very different scenario than what happens to Nightwing, and I think it's actually more devastating because Mark is fighting back.
Right, and he can't.
Yeah,
like, he's trying to like he's literally fighting. And that shit is, god damn.
Also, I do want to point out something. I don't want to share because obviously, unlike the other one, it is an incredibly graphic. It's an incredibly graphic scene. Or I'll say graphic. You don't see anything, but I'm saying just in terms of like, what's going on.
This one you're about to show.
No. One of the others, but it's the aftermath of it. This one, because you don't see anything. Everything is obscure, so this one's fine. But like here, where it's like you see.
Oh right, yeah.
He's like, basically this is the aftermath. And she's just like, man up. It'll probably take a few times. I'll see you soon.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I didn't even catch. I thought she said. I don't know why. I read seconds. My brain's turning off.
Oh.
And I thought it meant like. I just read it as like Viltrumite like takes a while to gestate or something like that. No, a couple times. She's like, I'll be back. God
Basically. And like I said, the whole time this is going on, he's fighting. Like
yes.
That's why I don't honestly I've gone back and forth with people about this. I've seen
about whether or not you want it in the show.
Yeah, I think when I was talking to the guys from Waving the Red Flag, it was something that came up. I
remember. Yeah.
That was it was one of those.
What
things,
was their take on it?
Honestly, it's been a while, so I don't really remember. I think one of them was fine with it, and I think just because like it does highlight it would shine a spotlight on sexual assault.
Well, I'll tell you what, they sure as fuck don't hesitate when it's a woman.
They really don't. It's
yeah,
no, they really don't. They really don't. Personally, like I said, I've waffled on this one back and forth. I feel and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I waffle on this, and it's because up to that point, Anissa becomes a very decent character for the most part. Like, she becomes a character
that's what the discussion was.
Yeah, like...
That's what the discussion was. It was like, is this a redeemable character?
Right, because, like, for those that don't know, by the time you get to the end of Invincible, Anissa's not the same character she was when you first... Like, if you're only familiar with the animated series, you've already seen her on the show. She's the first female Viltrumite we see that actually fights Invincible one-on-one. And... And the thing is, up to that point, I mean, yeah, she's kind of a shit ass, and she's a she's not a good person by and large, but by the time you get to this point, she's actually not really as bad a person anymore. And it kind of
She just wants a baby.
Yeah, she just wants a baby. She's trying to, and she sees Mark as the perfect person to do this with, because he is a Viltrumite just like herself. But the thing is, later on, there's more character development with her. And honestly, because Robert Kirkman is not, and I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to be mean, but at the time that Robert Kirkman was working on the series, because he did also work on, he did Walking Dead, and Walking Dead is overrun with problems as well when it comes to female narrative. He had not quite matured yet to where he is now. Like now, I think Robert Kirkman could write something like this and do it well, or find a way to do it without being too slimy. But we're talking a Robert Kirkman who at this particular point in time, let's see, I think this issue was 2014. So we're talking 10 years ago. Robert Kirkman was not in a good place to be able to write a story like this and pay it off in such a way that would not be problematic.
He was going through personal shit or something?
No, he just wasn't as good a writer.
Okay, got it. I see what you're saying.
When it comes to female characters, that was one of his Achilles heel back then during the Walking Dead and Invincible days was female characters. That was his big problem. All his female characters were trash. And you look no further, because there's another character that comes up in this. I don't remember the exact issues, but I think it's somewhere in around the 40 something range. I don't remember. But you remember Amber. There's a point where the version of Amber that's on the show is unrecognizable from the Amber.
That's the first girlfriend, right?
The first girlfriend, yes.
Okay.
Yes, 100%, 110%. Amber disappears from Invincible's life because they break up. He moves on, does his own thing or whatever. But eventually, somewhere down the road, he bumps into her again. And she is, if I remember correctly, she ends up getting in a relationship, I think with someone they used to go to school with. I don't remember the full breadth of it, but just the long and short of it is basically she was not really much of a character. It was actually probably for the best that she rode off into the sunset. But when Mark, and I don't think they're going to do this in the show. I don't think they're going to do this in the show because the Amber that we have been introduced to in that show is so radically different. She is way more of a go-getter, way more of a stand-up for herself type of character.
Which means she might leave earlier.
Yes, actually, they are.
You know what I'm saying?
They're already planting the seeds for her to get the fuck on up out. Of the show, and she may hang around, I don't know, but there's a point where we later find out that Amber is being physically abused by her I think it's either boyfriend or husband.
I
don't remember the full breadth of it, but here I'll bring this up. But basically this is one of the scenes from the comic where basically we because at this
he didn't
point,
mean it.
Basically she's talking to Mark in this scene, basically tell him he didn't mean to do it. He just
you don't see the good times.
You don't see the and the thing is it's basically, and man, I don't know if this is what he was going for. But because at this point, it's no secret. He ends up with Adam and Eve. That's no secret. But the point is,
I didn't know that, but I did see it coming. So
okay, well, there you go. I apologize. But yes,
no, you're good.
It was on the horizon. But basically, and I don't know if this is what he was trying to say, but I feel like it's what he was trying to say, is that because Mark had gotten away from Amber and was with someone who was a superhero, so someone who better understood his life. He didn't have to sneak around and lie. He was in a better place as far as a relationship. But Amber's not doing so great. See? She's no longer with him, and guess what? She's worse for it. That's what it felt like. I'm not saying that's what he was going for, but that's what it fucking felt like.
I see.
Are we going to talk about Frank Miller's Holy Terror? Honestly, I had not planned to.
What is that about?
So it is,
or like what makes it a part of this conversation?
It is not good.
Before you get into that, I'm kind of curious what you in the chat think regarding like because I since I read that about a whole 11 minutes ago.
Yeah,
I've been kind of chewing on it. It's been like rolling through my head, and I'm like, what was your opinion? Do you remember regarding her being able to be redeemed?
Got you. I don't think she can. I don't think not in. Okay, if I'm only talking about the comic, not talking about the show. For as much as I want to like Anissa as a character, the stuff they do to try and make you like her by the time you get to the end of the story, too little, too late.
Okay.
A, too little, too late. Also, B, still
great motherfucker. Yeah.
Like I'm sorry, and I'm not. I don't want to go down this road because it's going to open up some personal shit for me. But I'm going to say this much.
Okay.
I'm going to say this much for the chat, just so y'all know where I'm coming from. I don't talk about this type of stuff very often. But what I will say, as a person, who has some experience with this sort of stuff, I would tell you that even if I did forgive the person, I would still fucking hate them. And that's kind of how I feel about Anissa. Like, which makes me conflicted, because as a character, I actually thought that, she's going to be such a cool character the more we get to know her. And then that happens. And it's like, well, this character's trash now. And it's like, I don't know. It disappointed me the most, because I actually was really, when I was first originally reading Invincible, I was very much looking forward to Anissa getting some character development and becoming a better character, because all the other Viltrumites were starting to become good guys.
Mm-hmm.
With the exception of like Thrag and so on and so forth, but like a lot of the other Viltrumites who stayed on Earth were starting to become good people, and I was like, okay, cool. Anissa gets to step up to the plate. But I will say this: the reason why I kind of like when it came to the Holy Terror thing is mostly because that's a really Islamophobic book. It's very Islamophobic. It's
as
not
books tend to be.
It's not a good read. It's not a good read. It's not a good comic by any metric. And you know what? Honestly, maybe it's something we could talk about next time around. Because right. I think it's something maybe we can talk about next time around if we have time.
Because the only thing that I wanted to bring up, because I was curious what your deal was, and we don't have to like get into it because I know we're running long, but
oh yes, we still gotta do questions and stuff.
What is this is part of it. I'm pretty much where you're at as far as redemption and what people in the chat, a couple of people I saw said, but there's one part that I'm wondering, and I'm forcing myself to like think in terms of science fiction, right?
Okay. You
know how like Klingons are like violent, and then when they are in love, it's like a fight and all that shit. There's something that happens in that book where she's like, good, we're doing it the Viltrumite way. And it seems like as a Viltrumite, that is how they have sex.
Yeah, it's normal.
Spiders. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The female will eat the male if he doesn't get out there and get out of there in time, and praying mantises eat the heads of the So if there was something like I'm wondering is if we can put it to a sort of force ourselves to think in terms of science fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not talking about, by the way, humans normalizing things, right? That's not why. I don't think that works that way. right? Just like if you're, back in the 1700s, marrying 12-year-olds was normal back then. No, the fuck it wasn't. I don't give a fuck. That just meant you were pedophile in a different year. I don't give a fuck.
Year. Yeah, it's the same thing.
But in this, we're not talking about people of a different time. We're talking about aliens. We're talking about straight up aliens, right? Just like when we look at bugs, right? The animal kingdom. There's lots of animals in the world that definitely take it by force, and that's just a part of the cycle. That's how they do it. Is there a science fiction way to give her a and that allows her that level of growth, because we can go, that's what her species does, and then she eventually knows that that's not good and doesn't do it again, but she did it as a species, not as a rapist. You know what I mean? Does that fly at all?
I have difficulty with that just because, man, it's the reason why I have difficulty with it is because even though, yes, you can make the argument that, alien species, different culture, they do things differently. The issue is that she's trying to have a new life on Earth. And it's like, well, and that goes at another weird territory with, because it's gonna make me sound like such a fucking NIMBY. Well, you're gonna come here, you gotta assimilate.
No.
But I don't want to sound like
I know
that,
what you're saying. But you're right. I mean, like when it comes to rape, I think you're good.
Yeah, it's like it's like. And you know what here is? It's something that you brought up earlier that I think is very important here. There's two panels I want to show real quick that are not problematic at all. But it's this point right here. She says, "I was trying to do this the human way. I figured you'd be more comfortable." Which
means she knows. Yeah.
She knows. So this is where she loses me.
Yeah. Here's another argument that I just thought against myself. It is also the Viltrumite way to come, take over a planet, and kill everybody on it.
Kill everybody on it.
All right. So do we say, no, that's a part of their biology. They're aliens.
Right.
It's okay. We don't say that for that. Why would we say it for rape? Okay.
Right. Yeah. And also this part right here, it becomes more increasing.
Her face, bro. That shit was super disturbing, man. I was like, yeah.
Here, I just wanna zoom in on just this part. Just look for the absolute glee.
Damn, Jon Stewart, you fucking had me at the beginning in the first half. I'm like, why would he say that? Jon Stewart was cool, right? Like, what the fuck? And then he's like, that's what I always hear. Okay. Oh God, give me a fucking heart attack.
It took me a minute to see what you're talking about. I was like, no. He is like, no. Well, you know what happens? Yeah. For whatever reason, instinctively, I read the last part first. I don't know why. It's a weird. I guess I have some mild form of dyslexia. So I kind of knew where it was going. But yeah, it's like I said, man, I'm of two minds. It's why I say I'm of two minds on the situation, because I feel like on one hand, yes, I think that we should tell more stories about men being taken advantage of, because we've gone too long in our society thinking of men as unassaultable.
I really do agree with that. That is where my take is. I hope they keep it in, because it needs to be. We saw it for Starlight.
Yes.
Why wouldn't we? And for this is, like you already said, that there is an actual thing to learn from it. Like the fact that we're still raping women in fiction is so fucking lazy. It's like, bro, nobody needs to learn about the trauma of being raped. Again, I mean, it's just
it's such a strange, because here's the thing. The only way I would be against them including this in the show is if they actually try. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. If you plan on her being a rehabilitated character, do not do the rape.
Right. Don't do it.
Yes. That makes sense.
Because I'm gonna tell you what. yeah, I don't know how they're going to do it. So honestly, I don't know what I am and am not spoiling. But, down the road, she does.
We really don't.
Yeah, because we don't know what direction they're going to go.
Right.
In.
We're literally talking about the comics. So.
Yeah. So honestly, I'm just going to say this. The potential spoilers for the show. Because like I said, they deviated a lot. In a lot of ways. But Anissa does actually find love on Earth the same way that Nolan did with Debbie. Like she actually meets a man, a human man, who she does not sexually assault, who she's deeply in love with, who loves her back. They have an actual true to life, nurturing, caring, normal fucking human relationship. And you realize, oh, she's become a different person. Like she gave up that programming.
Right.
That she was raised in, like literally indoctrinated in her entire life, which I mean, once again, I don't, here's the thing. I don't even fault her as a character for being the way she is, because honestly, all the Viltrumites are kind of trash, on some level. Like they were literally, I mean, honestly, they were kind of space Nazis.
which is a problematic take on it on itself. Like meaning like there's a difference between here's this group that, you know what I mean? Like for instance, is Kryptonites, Kryptonians, Jesus. There were bad Kryptonians, but I do find it slightly uncomfortable to have, no, this is the species. Every single one of them are born evil. Like I find that interesting and kind of odd. Yeah.
Well, and I
especially
like this,
since they do have the capability of being good, as seen,
I like right here. This is why Gail Simone, when she takes over a book where a female was essayed or her origin involves essay, she retcons it out of orbit. No,
that's fucking awesome.
And that's
awesome.
What I like about
love
Gail.
Gail Simone.
Gail is, because the thing is, Gail, I mean, now obviously because she's a woman, but I mean, to be fair, there are some women who don't get it. There are some women out there that don't get it. Just like how there were a lot of white women who voted for Donald Trump. There are women out there who honestly would rather
Star Wars. What's that girl's name? That Star Wars girl?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. And yes, she does. And yes, Heimdall's right. Yes, she does apologize to Mark later.
I was going to ask that. Okay. Yeah.
She does apologize. But the thing, because truth be told, it fucks up Mark for the better part of like 20 or 30 issues.
As it should. I'm surprised not longer. Yeah.
Yeah, rightfully. Yeah. I think actually for a good chunk of the rest of the series after that, because I think, what was it? Invincible ran like 144 issues. So yeah, it was about a good solid 20, 30, 40 issues before like he actually like got any closure.
So Invincible is done.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's done. So 144 issues. Also, shout out to Just a Hustler, says, all right, y'all, it was great conversation for real, fan for life, especially with this depth of introspection. Peace for the night. We appreciate you, pimp. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I'm gonna go right now. Man, all right, look.
We're gonna skip the call. I say we skip the calls today.
That was what I was about to say. I would love. Look, I'm gonna have to look. Man,
sorry, Diesel. Sorry, Stingo.
We are really becoming the Majority Report. Like I feel like every time I watch the Majority Report clips, they always leave in the segment where they're like, all right, y'all, we're gonna have to skip calls today because we're over.
Yeah, but here's the shitty part about the Majority Report. Don't those people do super chats to do it?
I think so, or something like. Well, no, maybe I don't honestly,
Or they do super chats for something, maybe to read them.
But
the
do those
phone's
to read
free.
Them. But I think the call-ins, they have to call in and like
Yeah.
For as long as I've watched Majority Report, I don't really ever watch them live very often, so I never get to call in. So I never understand the process. But that's one of these days I'm gonna try and call in if I ever actually get a chance. I want to call in and be like, first time, long time. This is Blerd Without Fear. How are you guys doing? That's what I would do.
And I'd be like, Emma, I just want to let you know you're the coolest fucking ever. Thank you.
Emma, thank you for not being a problematic white woman.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is it problematic to say that, like, thank you for being the new
Anna Kasparian?
Like, why? Because we're both women.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, that's it.
Well, also, and I know that I don't know if they're still friends, but like I know sometimes when because I know
Yeah, they were, right? Yeah.
Well, I know you might want to look at this. Olay did a podcast recently, where on her channel where Emma, Lance from the Surf Times.
Oh wow.
I think Bender was there.
Yeah.
I think David Dole was there. It was basically like a leftist mafia reunion, basically.
Oh,
and
I
the Vanguard,
their friend.
the Vanguard was there as well.
Nice.
And there was a point where they were asking her because it was they got to a segment where they were talking about Anna, and it came up, and she was like, she kind of used past tense when talking about being friends. So I don't know if they're still friends.
I would expect, yeah.
So I assume they're no longer friends, but yeah,
especially what Sam recently did, just spilling the tea about that whole shit about her.
Oh yeah,
they're not gonna be friends anymore.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Also,
we do have a question in the chat though, not the chat, the Discord.
Yes, we do have that, and we have a super chat I want to hit real quick. I missed it earlier. Rami Darwish with the 499. Sorry, I missed this one. But they said check the 1010 book Land of Black Gold. I know it isn't American, but yet. So
no, thank you.
I would.
I don't even like the name. We ain't doing it.
Look, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm scarred for life.
I can already tell.
Look, I read the tea leaves all inside that super chat. I'm not doing it.
Look, well, here's the thing. Here, actually, I want to see. I'm actually looking this up. Ooh, man, yeah, this might be something. Ooh, wait.
Let's see. What's our closer? Did anything we talked about tonight?
Oh,
and I got one. Did anything we talked about tonight, chat? Did it even come close to our opening? To what we opened with?
Oh,
like you opened with the most egregious. Like there is one. There's one.
Yeah.
I would say sneaking yourself into somebody else's uterus to be born by her and then take her to some other place where she's raped continually until she escapes in Avengers number whatever.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking crazy.
That is
pretty fucking
and I didn't share this. earlier. So remember how I said I showed at the beginning of that seg who wrote the book. Now, I want to make something clear. No one. And when I say no one, I mean no one. No one who was involved with the writing of this story wants to take credit for it.
They all deny it. I don't even know who.
Because
who's that? That's crazy.
That's wild. Because so Jim Shooter, obviously, George Perez. I don't know if this is George Perez's style because I remember when Perez was on Wonder Woman, and I feel like this isn't him. I hope it's not him because I think very highly of George Perez. But Bob Layton,
George Perez is an artist.
He's an artist and a writer.
Back
in the day, he used to do the Wonder Woman books.
Okay.
He used to write and pencil them most of the time, and I think eventually he went to just writing. But he does both. He's both the artist and but he is more known for his art because I'm not gonna lie. If you're an artist as good as him, yeah, of course. But yeah, his writing I thought was pretty damn good.
Or Vinnie Gauntlet, rather. Sorry.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, honestly, my money has almost always been on Jim Shooter. So, and I say that as a person who one of the first comic book videos I ever did was Jim Shooter's Marvel Superheroes Secret Wars. And we may revisit that. I actually might go, we might revisit that because it's been a long time. That video was so long ago that I honestly don't expect many people remember it or even saw it. It was before before I ever became anything remotely close to being vaguely successful on YouTube. It was like one of my earliest videos, but I remember that was one of the things I talked about, and that was just like there was a lot of casual racism, a lot of casual misogyny, female characters getting slapped when like it's like, oh wow, that's your answer, like and characters acting like, I mean, I'll be real, Marvel Superhero Secret Wars was literally just a comic to sell some toys. That's really what it was. But
Secret Wars? You talking about the first one?
Yeah, the original.
Yeah.
Like this.
It worked though. My uncle fucking has a ton of those toys.
Oh yeah, dude. I had like, I mean, let's be real.
That Spider-Man is so lit.
Dude, let me tell you something. There's only one legitimately good thing that came out of Marvel Superhero Secret Wars, and it was this.
Oh man, so good. I remember being obsessed with that.
Yeah. Like this was the one good thing. But no,
I mean, was it as bad as Flash fucking up the, doing his thing, Crisis in Time or whatever?
The like Flashpoint shit.
Flashpoint, yeah, that's pretty shitty.
It was me, Barry. It was me.
Yeah, all along.
Oh my god. Oh, god, I hated it. No, I think that's it. I think that's the show, y'all. Yeah, we're gonna skip calls this week. We are gonna answer the question in the Discord though, because I think it's something we can do relatively quickly.
Yeah.
I think it's something we can.
We'll have one more. I see you, Rough Rider.
We'll do. We got you. Give us Qdoma.
Qdoma says, "Greetings, nerds of culture. I hope you're doing well, even if the country is going to hell in a handbasket." True.
Yeah.
The question of the day is, how do I put my own spin on something when there is nothing new under the sun, while at the same time coming to terms with the sources of where I am drawing my ideas from? Things tend to get a little crazy when you start to get into things like symbolism. I am speaking in terms of writing fiction. Well, there is a thread that I shared not too long ago from in the Nerds of Culture account, actually, that talked about if you are tired of hearing the same stories, right? Because there's a lot of Shakespearean tragedies and Hamlet, right? Lion King is Hamlet. We see a lot of Greek tragedies and the hero's tale and et cetera, et cetera. Tap into African myths that have not been told.
Yep.
Indigenous stories from South America. There's a lot of find lesser known Asian countries and check out what their myths look like. Mm-hmm. And I would say one way to find original stories is to stop fucking retelling the same European ones.
Yes, 100%. I will say that I would say look into some books that any good prose guides out there. There's a lot of good ones. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I picked up this. Granted, this is for comics, but I mean you can apply it to anything. The DC Comics Guide to Writing Comics by Dennis O'Neil. Very good read. Actually, I have highlighter throughout a lot of you can kind of see. I have highlighter through a lot of this, like all of my
yeah, you studied that shit.
I really did. I really did. Like I went through, like highlight. Yep. He's cooking here. He's cooking here.
That'll be on the test. That's got to be on the test.
That motherfuckers. They said that we weren't going to cover this shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fucking study it anyway. Yeah. But no, I would say honestly, there are no such thing as original.
Coltrane, actually.
Well, yes.
A real African king? Yeah, sure.
Well, yes. Yeah, no argument here.
So Lion King is based off of an African story of the white lion that's based off the real African king, but the Disney writers rewrote the story and used Hamlet as a backdrop.
Yes, that basically. Well, and what I'll say is I wouldn't worry so much about originality because here's the thing. Every idea has been done. Even the myths. Because
we don't know the ancient shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and it's because, believe it or not, a lot of culture comes from other cultures deviating, going a different direction. Another culture going a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody kind of has their own version of a creation story. That's why everybody has a creation story. Everybody. Floods, all that stuff, destruction, all this stuff. There's so many different ones. But what I will impress upon you is worry more about what seasoning you add to the story. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you told, I'm not saying it's what your story is, but if you told me you were gonna write a story about a kid who's walking out behind a movie theater with his parents one night, and somebody comes out, guns down the parents. Yes, I would say that is very Batman, but that's just one aspect of the story. I would ask you, what else do you have? And then once you start telling me that, this person goes on to study criminal law and
that's
becomes a lawyer, and they don't become a costume vigilante, but they throw themselves in trying to make sure that the criminals that escape the justice system always he ends up encountering them in the court of law. Like, that's when you start saying, okay, yeah, it sounds like Batman at first, but you've deviated. You're adding other elements to the story that are making it different. Because I'll be honest with you, whenever you pitch a story to somebody, I'm gonna tell you right now, what you see on TV is true. So, like, if you said, okay, let's take what I said about the comic Stray Dogs. I said that it was, if all dogs go to heaven met Silence of the Lambs. That's how you would pitch that book. Like, if you were talking to a Hollywood exec or like a book publisher, that's how you would pitch the book. You would say it's this meets that, or something along those lines. That's how you would pitch it. It just is what it is. Like, matter of fact, I saw Herbert Scott bring up The Raid. So, the last Judge Dredd movie, Dredd, it's basically The Raid meets Judge Dredd. You meet some other random police story thing that takes place in a building. That's basically what it is. It's The Raid meets Cobra meets Judge Dredd. I guarantee you that's how it gets pitched. So it does. So forget about originality, because you're gonna have to think of yourself as unoriginal just to sell it sometimes.
That's right.
It's kind of the nature of the beast. But yeah,
Anthony makes a real good point. Anthony makes a good point. Half Greek and not going to admit ever popular Greek myths or reskins of Sumerian myths. Yeah, and the Hebrew myths of the Bible are reskins of ancient Zoroastrian myths and Canaanite and Mesopotamian myths of cultures that really only anthropologists will ever know, because we've never heard of them. So I think I want to echo what you said. Don't worry about originality, just make it yours.
Yeah. Seasoning is what matters.
Yep. Okay. Rough Rider 86. I saw on TikTok a lady tell every other lady to leave their husbands and boyfriends while cutting her rainbow hair. She said she would bake them cookies and cut their hair because she didn't feel supported by men. Agent Orange got elected. What are your thoughts? Because Agent Orange got elected. There is a movement right now, and it started in in Korea, like the 4D movement, or 3D, 4D, 4B maybe. I don't know. and it's basically saying, when you look at the number of it was 4B, that it was for a different reason in Korea. I think it was due to like sexual assault rates or something like that. But for us, right, what they're talking about is like when you look at the amount of men, right, not black men, but everyone else that voted for Trump, it was it was a lot. And so I think what she is saying, without seeing the TikTok, is what's the line, right? Like, what is the line for people? Right. Me and my wife have this like running joke, man eater. We have this running joke where I'm like, I'll say something and she goes like, "Don't you dare say anything." And we'll be like, "Isn't it kind of weird?" It's like, there are things I can do that would be really fucked up, and you wouldn't divorce me over it. Like, really fucked up. Like for example, if she was talking shit about her friend, and I told the friend,
oh yeah,
he would be angry with me. Like, why the fuck did you tell her? You're not filing for divorce over that. We're not splitting, our assets because I told her friend a secret. It's just weird. You know what I mean? And so, but where's the line? And as a woman who is afraid of a Trump presidency, who is afraid of losing her bodily autonomy, and your husband says, "Fuck that, I'm voting for Trump," well, maybe a lot of people in this chat would be like, "Oh God, I don't know about divorce." I do.
Yeah.
I think if Maneater was like so like ideologically different than me that she was voting for Trump.
Oh yeah, there's no way.
I'm pretty sure we would be getting a divorce.
Oh no,
because obviously that wouldn't be the only issue, right?
Right. Well, and what I find funny, I was looking this up. Apparently, there's a lot of recent articles about 4B right now that I didn't.
It's a very, very. I want to see it done though. That's what I want.
Well, yeah. It's this thing. See, America's too lazy. America's
very lazy and self-centered.
Like, so right here, they say was Washington Post, Trump wins spurs interest in 4B French South Korean movement to swear off men. I love how they put that in. Fuck the Washington Post, by the way. Trump re-election sparks interest in South Korea's 4B movement among American women. Yeah, there's been a lot more talk about that. Like, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I'd be 100% for it. I'm 100% for it. I'm 100% for it. Because here's the thing. If men are trying to
that's
legislate and dictate what women are allowed to do, but not allow women to actually have any say in it, I'm not gonna lie, I think that it would be, I wouldn't fault any woman who decided to go that path. I would not. Now, that said, do I think every woman would do it? No. Like, as R. Callie just said, 50% of white women are not doing it. Exactly. No, they're not going to do it. Because here's the thing. Look, man, I'm not trying to be ugly here, but white women will always go against their best interests. And I say this as a guy married to a white woman who tells me this all the goddamn time. I constantly hear from her about
over half.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck, bro? Did you see the tweet that RFK dropped?
No.
Like, our fucking FDA system is about to get fucked.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Fucked. It's so fucking crazy. He's like, we're getting these poisons out. He's a fucking loon. He is a lunatic. Yeah, and it's like, oh great, right? And then they're gonna take away if they take away abortion, they're taking away abortion pills. Women are gonna be dying in the fucking delivery room.
Yep.
Trump has said this is not a rumor. Trump has said that RFK Jr. that motherfucker is going to be in charge of health.
Department of Health. Yeah, Department of Health.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
and it's good. Like, he said, we're gonna protect women whether they like it or not. That's what Trump said.
Yeah. Which, I'm not gonna lie, for as fucked up as that statement is, I know there's a lot of white women who like, ooh, see, I like
That's
that.
what we need. That's what we need.
Yeah.
Bitch, he's talking about forcing you to stay in the kitchen. That's how he's going to protect you. You know what I mean?
But hey, fuck do we know? Real quick, I do want to hit this up because we got a super chat here from earlier that or from not too long ago actually. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is right here. Bam, Wraith 7 with the 5 says, fun little fact, Claremont originally wanted Rogue to be black. He specifically asked artist Michael Golden to make her look like Grace Jones. So it's funny you say that. There are actually quite a few characters I've come to learn over the years. If I understand correctly, not just Rogue, I believe Dazzler was also supposed to be black. But did not, for whatever reason, that did not go through. There have been other, like, the thing is, I feel like the comics industry as a whole, they have a history of characters that, there's probably quite a few characters that were supposed to be one thing, but they were like, no one's going to buy this book because it's got so-and-so. They're not going to buy a character with a book with a black protagonist. Get that out of here. Make him white. I guarantee you. Because look how long it took for Marvel and DC to have black characters. You need to look
at what Bo said. Look at what Bo said in his last statement about, and this is modern times. This is today. They're saying that there are certain topics like homosexuality, which is just, you know, another sexuality outside of heterosexuality, which is they have no problem with, is a topic that you shouldn't say along with things like pedophilia. Like what? like what? This is 2024. You know, so yeah.
Well,
so imagine the 80s. Yeah, it's just wild.
Man.
We were supposed to end on happy.
Yeah, we're supposed to not happy. I know. I said happy.
Look, the world's on fire. We don't have to pretend like it's not. It'll be up and down. It'll be up and down.
It will. Yeah, I tell you what. Here. This is I know it's probably going to sound depressing, but I feel like I should leave you all with a very special message. A very special message. And that message I will share with you. I've been playing this clip a little bit, and it's just really to impress upon you the things we talked about earlier. So and to do it in such a way that's not too heavy-handed, I think. So I don't know. I think this is well worth the time. So we're gonna play this little clip, and then we're gonna head out.
If you think superheroes like me can fight all your battles for you, think again. Voting for your local, state, and federal representative lets you choose who's on your side in all the issues we face today. From the little ones to the really big ones, too. But before you can vote, you need to register, so do it now. For registration forms or information on how to register, visit your local participating video store. Have a voice in your future. Register. And vote. And tell them Spider-Man sent you.
So that is what I want to leave you guys with.
To go vote.
Register, vote in the little elections, vote in the big ones.
Yeah, 100%.
Vote in the medium-sized ones.
Yeah. Or burn it down.
Burn it down. I missed that theme song. Anyway, you know what? Take us out, Robo.
Ladies, gentlemen, and MBs, that is the show. I am Robo, and this is Ernie, the Blerd Without Fear. Thank you all so much for being here with us and interacting with us. This show would be boring as fuck without y'all. And so this is awesome. And thank you. Thank you for the support, whether it was with monies or it was just simply being here. It is always appreciated. Things are, gonna get worse before they get better. But You have to take care of yourself. Practice mindfulness. Check up on your friends. Check up on your family. And honestly, without sounding too alarmist, make sure you have a plan. Do you have somewhere to go? Do you live in a shitty state like me and Ernie do? Maybe do you have family in a better state? That might be a little bit of a reprieve. Have a plan. And yeah, and don't forget to wash your hands.
And last but most certainly not least, all the 71 million people who voted for Donald Trump, you can go to hell.